Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let
Game day in the Powell Athletic Center. CU and CU, Campbellsville University, Cumberland University at the Powell Donawise Court. Matt Payton, Benji Kelly here for this Mid-South doubleheader. Benji Kelly, Campbellsville, and Cumberland, two really good teams in the Mid-South Conference. Here on the women's side, we'll start this Mid-South Conference double dip. Cumberland University fighting for seeding purposes already. We are staring the February month in the face, and that is kind of where you get to the point you start scoreboard watching and watching the standings and all of that fun stuff. These two clubs here had a dandy at Cumberland University earlier in the year. Over on the men's side, Benji, Cumberland University and Campbellsville meet, and it's a long-time rivalry that goes back several years. And for Coach Brent Vernon and Jeremy Lewis, two friends that will square off tonight, and something about having two old pals facing one another, that's kind of fun as well.
It's always fun, and of course, you know, this team several years ago, Cumberland University women's team was a top 4 team. They came into the conference. Now this year they're 6-7, right there in the midst of the pack. As you said, we're kind of doing some scoreboard watching. I actually wrote down the teams that are playing here tonight, that very fact, because you look at Campbellsville, obviously right now number 2 seed, that loss to Thomas More. Those first 4 seeds get that bye automatically to Bowling Green, which is extremely important. But Cumberland, on the flip side of that, they're wanting to make sure they stay in that top 8 because they get to host that play-in game. So once again, 2 very important games here tonight for both these ladies' programs.
Yeah, and you look and they're kind of like pods that you want to be in. The worst thing you can do is really that 9-12, because then you know you got to go on the road. You're in the tournament, so I mean it's not like you don't get a chance to play in the postseason. But 5 through 8 means a little more.
It does.
And then of course the real important stuff happens there at 1 through 4. Knowing you have that first round bye, knowing you're going on to the final site there in Bowling Green, that's kind of a little extra pressure off, I guess. And
well, it gives you time to relax. Yeah. You get to rest up. You get a full week off almost. So yeah, it's extremely important.
Campbellsville and Cumberland University here today on the women's side, meeting for the 44th time. Campbellsville leads the all-time series 39-4. The first meeting coming back in 1992. The Lady Tigers won that one. Campbellsville has won 19 straight in the series. The Lady Tigers have won 17 of the last 20 matchups since Cumberland rejoined the conference, and all of those wins for Cumberland came in the one season when Jeremy Lewis, now their men's coach, was the head coach of their women's program. He took that team to the Fab Four. All 3 of the wins over Ginger High Colvin coming that season. She's 8-0 against Scott Bloom, and one time Cumberland knocked off a Donna Wise club. But this Campbellsville team has really over the years kind of dominated this rivalry, for lack of a better way to put it.
Well, and it's I think it's once again a testament to Coach Colvin, Coach Wise, and how the legacy of this program, 1,000+ wins. I think we're 1,079 maybe is the number. So, just that longevity, and each year just rebuilding. And that is hard to do, but this Campbellsville Lady Tiger program has done that. And, you could probably go through the stat box or against the other teams that you're playing. You could probably say that about a lot of teams, but this one is really, really special, I think, just because you've got the friendship that you had with Coach Colvin, Jeremy Lewis. He had the better of her. Now he's gone to the men's side, which, he's had some success there as well against us. So 2 great coaches, and it's just an exciting time that we're able to, to be here and to see Coach Colvin and her team continue to do what they've done through the many years.
The Lady Tigers, the 4th-ranked team in the country. They interplayed today with a 17-1 overall record. They are 11-1 in Mid-South Conference play. Cumberland University 10-8 on the year. They are 6-7 inside of league play. We mentioned those standings. Of course, Campbellsville trailing Thomas More there ever so slightly in terms of league play. Pikeville at 9-3 in league play. Cumberland's 9-4. So those are your top 4 teams. Then you've got Freed Hardeman sitting just behind them, as is Georgetown. They've got a big one tonight, as Benji mentioned, with Thomas More. Cumberland University and Bethel for the moment kind of holding on to that 7. Bethel and Shawnee tied for that 8 spot. So that's going to be a big one to watch down the stretch. UT Southern will be here on Saturday, of course. Lindsey Wilson and Wilberforce down at the bottom for the time being. And if you want to talk about the strength of the Mid-South Conference, look no further. Lindsey Wilson, they are down at 11th in league. And in the Mid-South Conference, they went on the road over Christmas and beat 2 of the best teams in the Sun Conference. So that just goes to show you what you're up against. And you look here at the numbers, Benji, these 2 teams meeting earlier in the year. It was for Campbellsville just the 4th game of the season. The Lady Tigers pulled out an 11-point win. Cumberland University certainly gave Campbellsville fits there on that day, the 19th of November, back in Dallas Floyd Phoenix Arena. The Lady Tigers were led by Elizabeth Bertram off the bench. Bert had 17 points, which is still a career best for her. Caitlin Wilkes had 16. Lauren Lee 15 in the win. And a tough spot here for Coach Scott Bloom. They're going to be without their top scorer tonight. Lindsey Freeman leads them in scoring at 11.5 points per ball game. She will be unavailable, and you hate to see that. She's such a solid player, was 2nd team all-conference a year ago, and that's always challenging for a club to overcome a loss quite like that.
Well, it is, and it seemed like we've seen that a couple times this year. I know when we were down in Florida, you had the whole travel issue with some of those players there from the Florida team. So next man up, next woman up, so to speak. You know that this team will be ready to play. This team had Thomas More on the ropes at Cumberland earlier. I guess was it last week?
Last weekend.
Yeah, down 14, and Thomas More was able to come back. So they're very physical. They're a very, very good ball club, and Campbellsville's going to have to bring their A game here tonight if they're going to take care of business.
Physical is maybe the operative word there. They average almost 39 rebounds a game. They will bully you. You look at some of the players for this team, Brittany Miller, Elena Rongos, and then Tiara Davis, some of those forwards, and they are really, really skilled and certainly physical. So Campbellsville will have to be on their P's and Q's tonight as far as that goes. Going back to that first meeting, Cumberland University won the battle in rebounding 35-27. They had 12 offensive rebounds there on the 19th of November. So Campbellsville will certainly have to pay attention there in that regard. They do have a player, Lauren King, was not eligible in the first meeting. She's down at the bottom of the call sheet there, Benji, 5'5" senior guard from Milligan College. Played at Milligan, just 5 games played this year. She started a couple, so the Lady Tigers will have to deal with Lauren King, whom they did not see in the first meeting between these 2 clubs. The Lady Tigers still one of the nation's top scoring teams, Benji. They are as efficient as maybe any team in the country.
Yes,
They're number 1 in it all kind of goes to one place, just the discipline, and number 1 in the nation in assists per game. Then you couple that, they're 2nd in field goal percentage, number 1 in three-point percentage, 5th in points per game. They don't turn the basketball over, 4th in the country. So they protect the basketball, they share the basketball, and they hit shots. And that's quite a recipe for success.
You know, it is. And you and I have talked about this multiple times. You look at the history of the Lady Tiger basketball program. There have been some really, really great teams. You've had some really standout players. But when you look at this team, probably the best offense efficiency of any of the programs that has come through Campbellsville Lady Tiger basketball. And they're doing it on any given night. It can be any different player. So if they can keep those type of numbers up and with the type of defense that they play, Matt Payton, I believe that this team is going to make a special run here at the end of the year. I really do. They're so efficient on the offensive end. And every time you talk to Coach Colvin, she wants them to be a little more aggressive on the offensive end. If they do that, oh my, watch out.
More aggressive for a team averaging the 5th most points in the country. That's an oxymoron of sorts. And you say that, and you'll often hear, you watch tonight, she will be
Should we push
should be
them?
wanting to push,
Yes,
go, run,
push.
go.
And I think what that tells you is that this team hasn't reached its potential yet. She sees that there's more potential that they can do on the offensive end. Defensively, they're solid. Offensively, they're solid as well, but she knows that they can do so much more.
You know what has reached its full potential? The insoles of one Courtney
Yes,
Pritchett's
it
tennis
has.
shoes. Her winkle pickers are about wore out. We'll touch on that as we move
Absolutely.
throughout the night. Campbellsville and Cumberland University here set for action in just a moment. We're about a minute or so away from getting our opening prayer and national anthem started. We'll take a break here in just a moment. But the Lady Tigers entering play, led in scoring by Caitlin Wilkes at 15.5 points per ball game. Wilkes, one of the nation's top shooters from the floor, 67% for Wilkes this season from the field. The Lady Tigers get double figures from Elizabeth Bertram and the aforementioned Courtney Pritchett, both of them right at 10 points per basketball game. Campbellsville getting just under 10 points a game from Lauren Lee and Maddie Boyle. Kayla Luby at 8.7 points per ball game, and I think she's got some family in attendance.
She
and
does.
also our dad
and
and
brother, I believe.
So cool to see them here. That's a long road trip from B, Nebraska, but you know, you got your daughter, your sister playing. Where else would you rather be?
Absolutely. Come and see a weekend here at the Powell.
So nice to see them. Certainly glad they made it safe and wish them well as they head home after the weekend. But the two teams here have retired off to their respective bench areas, and we are just about set for action as public address Corbin Harris will read an opening statement. Then we'll have our opening prayer, get to the national anthem, which will be performed by the pep band here at Campbellsville University. So as we get set for tip-off in just a moment, starting lineups and all that coming your way in just a bit, we'll step away for a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and get you ready for action as the Lady Tigers host Cumberland University. You're following Lady Tiger basketball on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How was it? Is it good?
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Tiger Pet Band performing the national anthem here at the Powell Athletic Center. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly here with you as we get set for starters at the Powell. The Cumberland University Phoenix, coached by Scott Bloom in his 5th season, assisted by Zach McCrary and Caitlin Oliver, the graduate assistant. Today they run out Kiara Sexton, 5'5", a senior guard from Scottsboro, Alabama. Kayla Gordon, 5'4", the junior guard from O'Fallon, Illinois. Elena Rongo, 6 foot, a junior forward from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Brittany Miller, 5'11", a junior forward from Nashville, Tennessee. And Lauren King, she's down at the bottom of the call sheet as she's the midseason addition to this roster for Cumberland University. Lauren King, 5'5", a senior guard from Nashville, Tennessee. Now for the 4th-ranked Lady Tigers, Ginger High Colvin in her 16th season, 432 wins all time. 5 times the Conference Coach of the Year award winner, assisted by former Lady Tiger Miranda Denny and Brett Sal. The Thrivent starting lineup presented by Quentin Ford. Bailey Pettigo, 5'7", a junior guard from Glasgow, Kentucky. Lauren Lee, 5'7", a sophomore guard from Liberty, Kentucky. Maddie Boyle, 5'6", the junior guard from Milledgeville, Kentucky. Courtney Pritchett, 5'8", a redshirt junior forward from Byrdstown, Tennessee. And rounding out the 5 for the Lady Tigers in the middle, it's Caitlin Wilkes, 6'2", the junior forward from Stanford, Kentucky. The Lady Tigers in the home whites, Campbellsville and script across the chest in maroon numerals. Some great trim for the Lady Tigers. LTB on the short breeches for Campbellsville University. The tiger paw between the shoulder blades, and we are just about ready for action as Cumberland University to our left. Benji in the gray road uniforms. Cumberland University in script sandwiches the red, it's kind of a red cardinal type of color. It's not quite the maroon that the Lady Tigers use, but it's certainly close. They've got the Cumberland Phoenix logo on the back of the jerseys between the shoulder blades, left to right for the Phoenix in the first half, right to left for the Lady Tigers, and we are just about ready to get this one started.
Great to have the pep band back in the PAL. Kind of missed them over the Christmas break.
You get to the holiday and everybody kind of takes off, so you forget what normal is sometimes. Almost. Cumberland University men's team making their way into the gym on that far side. Miller and Wilkes to jump it up. Lauren King will control it as Miller taps it back, and we are underway here at the PAL Athletic Center at Campbellsville University. King holds it on that far wing, bounces out top. That is Sexton. Back to King on the wing left side. Sexton again, now Gordon on the right. Gordon has it knocked away by Pettigo. I thought Bailey was going to be able to grab that, but she was a little flat-footed as she swung that hand in there to poke it out of bounds.
Once again, that hand action, this defense is always constantly moving. Great pressure by the Lady Tigers.
Gordon throws it in. Boyle there from behind takes it away. Maddie Boyle steps through. Shot up won't go. Rebound knocked away from King by Lee, but it is taken in by Sexton. Long ahead, they have Rongos, who will pitch it back out. Rongos had a couple of nice performances against the Lady Tigers a season ago. She's not quite had the same year in her sophomore campaign. Far side, King in a pickle, and she turns it over as she stepped on the sideline.
Yeah, great defense there once again by Maddie Boyle, very active early. I think Maddie was probably anticipating some contact down there on the offensive end, and Cumberland let her go through. So Maddie off to a great start here this afternoon, or this evening.
Lady Tigers looking for the ball game's first points. We've played, closing in on a minute here. Pettigo out front, hands it to Lauren Lee. Lee works off the screen, backs away. Now the entry has Wilkes, goes up, off the window. She gets 2 points. Lauren Lee with the helper there.
They make it look so easy, Matt Payton. Just a nice little entry pass from Lauren Lee, and Caitlin Wilkes done what she's done all year. Easy bucket.
Miller at the elbow, pitches it inside. Lauren King in between 2 Lady Tiger defenders, missed the shot. Pettigo the rebound. I don't know if they got a hand on it. Pettigo long ahead, has Boyle, stops, thought about the jumper, instead leaves it off. That is a finish for Wilkes, and the find by Boyle.
What a great transition there by the Lady Tigers. Wilkes going from one end all the way down to the other for an easy layup. Wow.
4-0, Campbellsville, the advantage. Left side, Sexton. Actually, that is, that's Sexton. Out top, Gordon with the basketball. Elbow again, Miller going to work right at Wilkes. Block the shot, Pettigo picks it up. A chance at numbers, 3-on-2 perhaps. Pettigo in the middle. Right side, Lee, contact, shot up, won't go. Rebound taken in by Brittany Miller, and it was Sexton back down to the other end to get in the way there of Lauren Lee. Elbow, Miller catches and spins. Now cutting, that is Sexton. Floater, no good. Pritchett, the rebound for CU. CU will be Campbellsville tonight, not Cumberland University. Lee between the circles, navigates a bit right side, has Boyle. Boyle out front, Pettigo bounces, high post, Wilkes. Boyle again on the wing. 10 to shoot. Pedigo catches. Left side open is Lee. She'll drive in, splits defenders, kicks it out. Boyle, 3 on the way. Bang! Maddie Boyle and Edward Jones pay out.
That is some great patience by the Lady Tigers. They actually had the Wilkes down low, but they were able to penetrate, kick it out for Boyle for a wide open 3. Wow.
Left side Sexton. The Lady Tigers lead it by a touchdown, an extra point. Driving in, Gordon into the corner. That is Rongos. Miller in the middle, spinning, working against Wilkes. Shot up good for Brittany Miller.
Yeah, good strong move there by Miller. Wilkes guarded it well. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the offense. Better play.
Pritchett hands it off to a cutting Pedigo. Out, Lee, open, 3 on the way. That is good. Bang! Lauren Lee and Edward Jones, 3 for the Lady Tigers.
I tell you, we've just seen her confidence grow from her jump shot. She's been working at it extremely hard, and when she can be that effective as your point guard, pretty impressive.
She is shooting at over 50% from 3 this season as Lauren Lee. The volume is not, anything to write home about, but she's hitting the open ones.
It's deadly when she takes it.
Rongos again, free throw line. Miller, jumper on the way. Good for Brittany Miller. Her brother Brandon, some say will be a lottery pick, plays at Alabama.
Wow.
And Miller showing off the family
genes
there,
yeah.
That mid-range shot. All 4 of Cumberland University's points belong to Miller. Lee in the corner, inside, shot blocked as Wilkes was rejected by Rongos. She's going to stay with it and draws the foul here.
They stay with it there, Caitlin Wilkes. A lot of pressure there, but stuck with it and was able to draw the foul.
I think he means 32. 32. He threw up 33, quickly realized that's the young lady wearing the Campbellsville jersey. I think they're trying to figure out. Yeah, he's asking. He's looking for some help here. Well, it was 32, Coach. And I get Coach Bloom.
Yeah.
He's just one. Are you sure? And but it was. It was Brittany Miller. So Miller picks up her first on Cumberland University. The coaching profession is so funny because Coach Bloom may even, in fact, know that it was Miller. This may all
He's
just
be trying. Yeah,
for later.
absolutely.
You never know.
know.
Need one. Wilkes hits that first free throw, and they end with a thumbs up and a smile. So
he said, "You can't listen to these guys."
Wilkes hits the second free throw. Into the ball game is Abby Morgan, 5'5", senior guard from Manchester, Kentucky. Well, don't fuss at the scorers table because they're just. He asked, was it 32? And they said, yeah. They're going to say whatever. He could have said number 99.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Well, wait, he's not in the book, but yeah. Miller again, jumper on the way, no good. Rebound taken in by Maddie Boyle. Campbellsville leads at 12-4 here. Pritchett bounces, Lee. Back out, that is Pritchett again. Jumper, good for Courtney Swisher.
Yeah, Coach Colvin's wanting her to be a little more aggressive on the offensive end. Courtney Pritchett just in the right spot at the right time for a nice little 15, 16-footer.
Coach Colvin and everybody else.
Oh, well, it's true.
That is the only thing you could pick apart maybe about her game. Is she is sometimes maybe too unselfish. Morgan inside and some traffic throws one up. Kayla Luby in for the Lady Tigers, 6'2" junior forward from B, Nebraska. 14-6, Campbellsville leads it. Lee leaves it back out to Pedigo. Pedigo on the dribble, now bounces. Has Luby out front. Right side, Lee. Entry, that is Luby. Turn, shot up, won't go. Rongos the rebound for Cumberland University.
Good strong move there by Luby. Right use of the left hand there, but just didn't fall for her.
Rongos on the end line, jumper on the way. That is too strong. Ball goes out of play, and they're going to say Campbellsville basketball as more changes coming for the Lady Tigers. Elizabeth Bertram will check in, 5'6" sophomore guard from Glasgow, Kentucky. Sarah Sutton, 5'10" junior forward from Scottsville, Kentucky. Maddie Nally, 6'2", sophomore forward from Louisville, Kentucky. This will bring us to a media timeout, as you could hear Miranda Denny shouting there that well, she wasn't shouting, but mentioned that it was the media stoppage. I believe Tiara Davis going to enter the lineup for Cumberland University, 6'3" senior forward from Montgomery, Alabama. 14-6 your score. We'll step away. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
4:29 to play here in the first quarter. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly courtside at the PAL. The Lady Tigers lead Cumberland University in the early going here. Benji, Campbellsville, the 8-point advantage. And you look at all those categories, exactly what you would expect from the numbers we talked about pregame.
Absolutely. Campbellsville, 5 of 9 already to start from the field, 2 of 2 from downtown, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. Good to see that. Actually, Cumberland just 3 of 8. I believe it basically has been Miller's been their offense so far, but that's why they built this 8-point lead. Good start for the Lady Tigers.
Campbellsville back to play here. Lauren Lee lost the basketball, and Coach Ginger High Colvin had hollered for a timeout as Lauren maybe was falling down. She tried to.
I think she tripped over.
Oh, they didn't get it, and it went out of bounds.
It went out of bounds.
To grab it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, she
tripped over the sniper or something. Carpet monster, whatever you want to call it.
It happens sometimes.
It does.
You just kind of move on. But back to play here. It's Davis on the end line. Jumper on the way, but strong. The rebound comes off, taken in by Nally. And it was knocked away by Morgan. Then Nally actually touched it as it went out of bounds. So it will stay with Cumberland University here, Benji.
Well, Maddie Nally getting some good solid minutes here early. Got able to get that rebound, but they want her to be a little more strong with the ball when she does get that rebound, and as Cumberland was able to knock it out of bounds, and then Nally hit it. And she hit that one.
And
so
another one, those long arms of
yeah,
Nally,
she's got
long
a
levers.
huge wingspan. Why did the shot clock only be at 27?
Did Nally have possession earlier on that one?
She may have. Okay, she may have.
Campbellsville on the defensive end. Nally all over Morgan, gives way to Bertram. Now throwing up the floater is King, and that's good for Lauren King. The transfer gets the bucket, 14-8. Lee works free from the defender Sexton, right wing, Nally. Bertram has it as she gets past Morgan. And now Nally has Lee in the middle, bounces, and the pass knocked away, stolen by Tierra Davis.
Yeah, it's good defense by Davis there.
And here on the other side, I think, did Lauren Lee get a piece of that, or did Morgan just lose it?
No, Lauren reached in and
swiped
it out of bounds. What Lauren needs to realize there on that offensive end, don't be afraid to go ahead and take that 8 to 10 footer. She's proven that she can knock it down. But that was good defense for Cumberland there.
Baseline out of bounds here for Sexton and the Phoenix. Lady Tigers will match up. Davis catches, looking for some help here, and she dribbled it off her foot, I do believe, as Cumberland University has sent Aya Jones into the lineup, 5'10" junior guard from Jackson, Tennessee.
Good defense there by Luby. Or was that Nolly? Actually, it was Nolly who was on defensive end.
I missed it there. Turnover. We'll give it to Campbellsville. Luby wanted a little back door to Bertram, not there. And now on the wing, wide open. Sutton, 3 on the way. Bang, you betcha, Sarah Sutton, Edward Jones, 3 to start her afternoon or evening here.
I'll tell you what, Matt, I say it every game, but my goodness, she is extremely blessed to shoot the ball the way she does.
Out on the wing is Sexton. Goes in line to Jones, driving inside, works in, shot no good. Nally the rebound, and Lauren Lee.
What's good defense there by Luby.
Sutton out front, 17-8, the Lady Tigers lead. Bertram a 3, bang! 4 different Lady Tigers with Edward Jones 3s.
My goodness.
20-8.
I think they like shooting in the PAL.
Something about the PAL Center makes these Lady Tigers awfully comfortable, as you might expect. Morgan ran off the spot, splits defenders, drives in, cut off, throws up a shot. Nally bats it into the air. Morgan gets her own miss, and Nally rejects it as it goes out of play.
Yeah, good defense there by Nally. She tried to tip it to herself, but then they swiped it away. But what does she do? Rejects it. So Way to stay with it there, Maddie Nolly.
So Lauren Lee exits for CU here as Coach Bloom will make a change as well. That was King checked out. That may have been Gordon that re-entered. Morgan holds it down to the corner. Sexton entry. Davis cutting. That is Gordon who knocks Bertram over, and a blocking foul will go against the Lady Tigers sophomore here.
Yeah, great effort there, but she didn't allow the offensive player to kind of come down, and as a result, they both got there at the same time. Like the effort there, Bo, by Elizabeth Bertram.
Baseline out of bounds again for Cumberland U. They pitch it in to Jones. Morgan out front. Bertram knocks it away. Can she get it out of there? She can't. Pettigo gives chase. Now a trap. Two defenders hanging out with Davis. Finds Gordon. Crossover. Gordon inside. Needs some help. Two to shoot. Morgan going to have to let it ride on the way. That is good for Abby Morgan.
You know what? That's just great defense by the Lady Tigers. You force them to take a shot there at the buzzer, but she was in the right place, right time.
Pettigo, left side. Bounces to Sutton. Back to Pettigo. Less than 90 seconds to play here in the first quarter. Campbellsville leads 20-11. Give and go. Luby back to Pettigo. Shot block. Back out to Sutton as Pettigo caught her own rejection. And now we're going to have a player control foul on Sarah Sutton as she dished it out but ran over, I believe, Aya Jones. And that gives it back to Cumberland University.
Campbellsville a little bit out of syncs there on that offensive possession. But as a result, got a chance to play defense here. And Sutton, you rarely see Sutton penetrating like that. It was a great idea.
Right side, Sexton dribbles in. Off the paint, jumper on the way, no good. Rebound taken in by Luby, looking for some help here. Ooh, Jones nearly knocked it free. Pettigo ahead, has Bertram. Less than a minute to play in the period. Bertram, scoop shot, little underhanded lay-in, good for Bert.
Yeah, you can just tell this game slowed down immensely for Elizabeth Bertram here this year, and you can see why she was such a great scorer there at Barron County.
Left side, dribbling in is Gordon. Out, shooter Morgan. Sutton closes in. She'll have to take the jumper, no good. Going to be an air ball out of bounds, and it's going to go to Campbellsville with 34.3 seconds remaining in this first quarter.
Good block out there by the Lady Tigers, a team rebound. Chance to use this full shot clock here if we want to.
Pettigo. Now Nally, and she's bumped and fouled.
Fouls on Jones, I believe there, Matt.
So Aya Jones picking up that foul. Nally in the middle, Luby, extra pass, Sutton in the corner has to jump up and grab it. Now Bertram straight away, gets the step, backs away, back to Sutton. Going to work against Davis. Pull up on the baseline, no good, just rattles out. Sutton, that little one-handed push shot. Spinning away, Jones needs some help, three to shoot. Sexton drives in over Pettigo, shot well off the mark, rebound Luby, and that's where the buzzer will bark to end the first quarter. The Lady Tigers have Cumberland doubled up after 10 minutes, 22-11 your score. We'll step away, take a timeout. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter which you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
22-11 our score here as we head to the second quarter. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly with you at the Powell Center. The Lady Tigers doing it from long range, short range, you name it, Benji Kelly. They had it all working in the first 10.
Yeah, it's pretty good first quarter there for this Lady Tiger team. 8 of 13 from the field, 4 of 4 from downtown. You know, this Tiger team can just shoot the lights out when they get in the rhythm, Matt. It's pretty special to watch. But not only that, on the defensive end, playing extremely well. You know, keeping them off the offensive boards. They've only given up 1 and limiting Cumberland to their shooting of 5 of 17 for 29%. So good start for this Lady Tiger team.
Campbellsville will begin this second quarter with their starting lineup back out there. Cumberland University, a couple of changes to their 5 on the floor. Brittany Miller back in. Lauren King re-enters. Jones, Morgan, and Sexton stay on the floor for Cumberland University. Lauren Lee with the basketball. Right wing Boyle. Campbellsville with the 11-point lead. King on the end line. Back to the elbow. Feeds it inside. That is going to be a bucket for Wilkes. The bounce for Lee.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Nice little set play there off the start of the quarter, and it's pretty hard to defend, Matt.
Miller inside in the paint, spinning. Nice move by Miller. And did that hit the window or did it fall straight through?
It may have fell straight through, but that was pretty impressive. It was nice. Good job by Lauren Lee there to draw a foul against Gordon. But Miller, you can see why her brother's, what you said, a lottery pick possibly?
Brandon, I believe Brandon at the University of Alabama was her kinfolk. And yeah, you could see the family.
You can see the great footwork, yeah.
Lauren Lee out front. That foul was, as Benji mentioned, on Kayla Gordon. Inside looking for Wilkes. This ball was kicked away, I believe.
Good catch down there, Brett Pierce.
He can do it all. Pettigo out front, bounces here to Lee. She'll work left side of the lane, cut off. Pritchett going to set the screen. Now she goes through, gets the screen from Wilkes. Lee bump, throws up a shot, won't go. We're going to have a foul called here, and that's also going to be on Kayla Gordon, I believe.
They call that on the floor.
We saw a signal.
Yeah, they did. Out of bounds, Campbellsville. So it's pretty close there. Lauren went ahead and shot it, but
Lee in the middle, left side has Pettigo. Open 3 on the way. That is hard. And the rebound will come off to Abby Morgan. First miss of the night from deep for the Lady Tigers, 4 of 5 prior to that one. And Campbellsville the other way on defense as Miller has it knocked out of play.
I believe Pritchett got her hand in there and was able to knock it out. Campbellsville's going to set up this defense here.
In the corner here is Morgan. Backing away, she'll take the 3. That is good for Abby Morgan. She's got a couple of made 3s here for Cumberland University.
Yeah, Campbellsville backed off a little bit and gave her the little window there. She was able to get it up.
Inside, Wilkes going to go up off glass. Good, she gets the hoop. Courtney Pritchett to help her.
What an entry pass there by Courtney Pritchett. And Wilkes had her defender sealed off the right way.
Inside, Gordon steps through. Nearly has it taken away on that pass attempt. Morgan driving in. Abby Morgan playing with a lot of confidence here. Jones, jumper good off the end line.
Kind of matching each other here. Actually, they built this, cut this thing down to 8 here, Matt.
Lauren Lee in the middle. Out to Pritchett. 26-18. 8-point ball game. Pettigo off the screen from Pritchett. Now to the corner. Boyle. 3 on the way. That is no good. Rebound Wilkes, and she will miss the easy putback. Stays with it again. Misses that one. May have been fouled on that second one. That ball shot out of there like a. Oh, she actually gonna.
She said that's on me. She said that's on me.
I don't know how one does quite what she just did.
I don't either.
She took the blame for it.
Did that ever hit the rim? I don't think it did.
I don't believe it did.
Yeah, so the shot clock stays at 16.
Knocked out of bounds here as Rongos able to cut off Pritchett. Boyle out front, left side Bertram. Pritchett wanted Wilkes, has her. Wilkes, a nice job to catch that. Bertram open off the wing left side, 3 on the way, no good. Lee battles, has the rebound. Miller gonna tie her up, and both of them
I think they got a foul. They got a foul.
Call Miller on the foul. See here, a little
he
discussion.
Had a foul. Nope, they switched it to a jump ball.
To a jump. 26-18 remains the score, and this one will go to Cumberland University here now as Campbellsville had it to begin this second quarter. Cumberland to the front court with Sexton, that is Kayla Gordon, the basketball. Right wing has it deflected as they were coming to Lauren King. Knocked out of bounds. King will trigger it in from right in front of the Tiger coaching staff. Rongos holds it and gives it to King. Pritchett will stay right there defensively, wanting Miller. Now they get it to her. Double team comes. Pritchett there, back out to King. Lauren Lee closes in. King on around left side to Rongos. Now Gordon in the corner, drives in, steps through, kicks out. Morgan 3 on the way. That is off the mark. Maddie Boyle had it, got batted around, and finally Courtney Pritchett takes it away. Lauren Lee, the other end, goes up with a shot. She's whacked across the noggin by Rongos, and she'll go to the free throw line here.
Campbellsville's fortunate there to get that breakaway off that rough rebound there, but Lauren Lee had a chance to go to the free throw line here, where she is almost an 82% free throw shooter on the year.
Lauren Lee at the free throw line here for Campbellsville. Free throw good. (27-18). Rongos, her first 3 on Cumberland as a club. One more for Lauren Lee, and that one is good.
Campbellsville, good 4 for 4 here. Start the game from the free throw line.
Out front, it's Gordon. Now King quickly going to try a long 3 that is an air ball and goes out of bounds.
She looked immediately to the coach and was like, yeah, I shouldn't have shot that.
I was a little surprised she did,
I did
but
too.
once she made up her mind, it was
gone
committed. In a hurry.
She was committed to
out
it.
Of there.
She was committed to it.
28-18 the score. Campbellsville with the 10-point advantage. Lauren Lee hit those 2 free throws a moment ago. Lee inside, off the paint, jumper on the way. That is too strong, and Lauren King the rebound.
Good look there by Lauren. It's kind of was saying earlier, don't be afraid to take that 8 to 10 footer. It's there.
Inside, kicking out is Gordon. 3 on the way, no good by Cumberland. Campbellsville to the offensive end. Elizabeth Bertram. Inside, shot no good. Rebound taken in here by Elena Rongos. Bertram will fly in, try to take it away in the backcourt. Can't. Morgan with a ball fake. Cutting left side of the lane is Miller. Throws up a shot over Wilkes, no good. Caitlin Wilkes, the rebound for the Lady Tigers. Pritchett looking for Boyle, and little miscommunication there. One zig on the other zagged, and it leads to a turnover. Lauren King will pitch it in here. Sexton back in there, works to the basketball. They have also sent Josie Harville, 5'6" sophomore guard from Hatton, Alabama, into the lineup. Straight line here, that is King pitching it back out to Sexton. 10 to shoot, Miller just off the elbow. Faces up, works in, knocked away. Pritchett comes out of there with it. I think Lauren Lee got the initial hand on it. The other end, Pritchett out, open, Wilkes, 3. Oh, around and out for Caitlin Wilkes. Clean look.
Good look, good look.
Working right side of the lane, and this shot knocked away out of the hands of Cumberland University. Campbellsville again races to the offensive end. Pritchett leaves it back with Lee. Back out. Pritchett, 3 on the way. Bang! Courtney Pritchett. Those new insoles are just fine.
I'm telling you, they're working just great. Actually gave her a little more spring.
That's what
there
it
off
is.
the jump shot.
A little more lift. We'll get to that story here at some point. Benji and I here, as Coach Scott Bloom takes a timeout. This should become the media. It should be a 30 that becomes the media. So we will step away here and take a break ourselves. 31-18 the score. The Lady Tigers lead it. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Our score, the Lady Tigers lead Cumberland University. 4:27 left in this first half. Benji Kelly, Campbellsville University. You could see another three-pointer made there if you're following along on our coverage through our video platforms, whether that's local cable or online. Pritchett hits the 3. We talked about the insoles. We get a text, about 3:30 maybe?
Yeah.
3:30, somewhere in
something
there.
Something like that.
And
it was a picture.
It was a picture, and it had what at one point in life was a set of insoles for a shoe. These insoles look like they've been chewed through by a pack of rats or something.
A pack of wolves or something. I mean, it was.
There was more insole missing than insole remaining, I believe. And the insoles belonged to Courtney Pritchett, and apparently that was the talk of the town in the locker room this afternoon, were these poor insoles, or what was left of them. And Pritchett had gotten her some new ones, but she said if they don't work at halftime, I'm taking them puppies out, and the old ones are going right back in.
Switching them out.
So a couple of buckets here for Pritchett early as Rongos gets free down on the end line and gets the lay-in. But the next thing we've got to talk about is Courtney Pritchett's shoes. She's been wearing these same shoes this is the second season. Practices in them and everything. At one point, I don't know if it was today or recently, as Pritchett works at the elbow, driving in, cut off here, looking for some help. Pritchett finally gets it to Lee. Nice job defensively by Cumberland, and Courtney Pritchett will be called for steps here. But at some point, Pritchett there's a hole in the shoe. She had taped them. And Caitlin Wilkes said, if you try to go out on the floor wearing those shoes with tape on them, I'm just going to stay in the locker room. So Courtney went and got super glue, and she super glued the area of the shoe in question. But the best part of this story is they're falling apart, right? She's still got, at least 10 games left of this season, 10 games at least. And she said, I think I can get one more year out of them. So we'll see if she can or not. The Lady Tigers force a miss, but it's been quite the topic here for the Lady Tigers is the footwear of Pritchett here. Bertram, 3 on the way. That is no good. And the rebound taken in by Sexton. Never a dull moment with these Lady Tigers. Long pass by Sexton ahead, has King. Shot up, blocking foul. Going to go against Campbellsville. This will be on Lauren Lee. Her first in the period on CU.
Well, I'm more impressed with the fact that she's already gotten 2 years out of them. But
that's hard to do.
It's hard to do.
I asked her, I said, you wear them in practice too? Because I could see it if you're just wearing them in a game, whatever. But no, she's like, no, I wear them in practice.
Wow.
And it was funny because when I was talking to Caitlin Wilkes, she was telling me the story about the tape. And she said, Coach blamed me. She said, do something with your girl here. And Courtney, Caitlin's like, I can't make her wear a different pair of shoes. So it's kind of funny as King misses the first free throw. I may that picture of Courtney Pritchett's insoles I may throw up on Twitter tomorrow or something. Have some fun with her. Bailey Pettigo working inside, back out to Bertram here. 31-21, Lady Tigers by 10. Maddie Nally dribbles in. Now the entry taken away. Nally was looking for Luby. Brittany Miller able to come across and knock it free. Into the corner here is Harville. Now inside. Miller has it raked away by Bertram. Nally picks it up, hands it to Burt. working, and now spinning back is Bertram. Bertram needs help. Pedigo there to pick it up. Bailey to Maddie Nally here. I thought they were going to try to get it into Kayla Luby there, but Miller did a nice job defensively. Pedigo on the dribble. Campbellsville trying to extend its 10-point lead. Bertram on the left side, into the corner. Nally back, Sutton wide open, three on the way. Bang! Shooting, second Edward Jones, three of the night.
Good patience there by the Lady Tigers to almost work the full shot clock, and he finds Sutton wide open at the top of the key.
Ball deflected by Nally, but couldn't quite get to it. Harville in the middle. Now they come all the way around to the corner. This is Lauren King. Three no good. Rongos the rebound for Cumberland University. Inside again, Miller going to drive right at Luby. Some contact, shot no good. Rebound taken in by Campbellsville as Nally will shovel it off to Bertram. Bertram on the dribble, left side. Nally, one dribble, back to Pedigo in the middle. And dribble handoff here. Bertram inside, try to thread the needle. I'll tell you what, Brittany Miller has made life difficult.
She can play on both ends of the court. You can just tell her court awareness, her footwork is just pretty special.
Feet work. Campbellsville will send Pritchett back in. Tierra Davis into the lineup for Cumberland U. Campbellsville leads by 13. Sutton to extend, and she does. Right off the painted area, a little mid-range jumper for Sarah Sutton.
Nice little out-of-bounds play there by the Lady Tigers.
36-21 the score. Campbellsville by 15, largest lead of the day. Jumper in the middle by Sexton here is on the money. 36-23, long ahead. Pedigo has Sutton. Rongo's just able to get there. Now Pritchett open, three on the way, no good. Rebound taken in by Elena Rongos. Feels like we've called her name a lot on these rebounds in the last few minutes. Up to 4 in the ballgame is Rongos here. 36-23, driving in is Harville. Back out to Rongos in the corner. On the drive, leaves it underneath for King as Pedigo goes down, and I don't know if King tried to shoot that, if it got deflected, what happened. I got blocked off there, but Campbellsville comes out of the pack with it. Pedigo out to Sutton. Sutton, nice hands there. Catch that. Inside Nally, too strong on the feed for Luby. Gets pinballed around and out of play. It'll stay with CU on that far end of the floor. 17 on the shot clock, 43 on the game clock. Maddie Boyle will re-enter for CU. Maddie Nally will check in, so one Maddie for another. They spell it a bit differently. Nally with the IE, Boyle using the Y. Pritchett looking inside, has Luby up and one for Kayla Luby. Bailey Pedigo, the baseline out of bounds assist.
Nice little play right there for the Lady Tigers. Luby got it in excellent position there, able to use her body, get the bucket and a chance to go to the free throw line here. Luby on the year, 71% free throw shooter.
Luby at the nail. Free throw, good.
There we go.
39-23. Campbellsville wanted a sub, didn't quite get there in time, did Lauren Lee, and she'll have to wait. 39-23, they'll bring Lauren Lee back to the bench. Rongos in the corner, she'll fire three. That is good for Elena Rongos, averaging just 6 points a game this season, but she can play.
She can play, that's a nice looking jump shot.
Pedigo in the middle, working here, shot clock is off. Campbellsville can hold for the final look if they choose. Pritchett out to Bertram here, 13 to play. Bertram to Pedigo. On the dribble still, Bailey wants the entry to Luby, too strong, threw it away. Rongos long ahead, has King, gonna get an open look. May have walked, throws up a floater. Oh, almost falls through for King at the back of the iron, just a bit too strong. And that's where the first 20 minutes of action will come to a close. The Lady Tigers with a 13-point advantage heading into the locker room here. 39-26 your score. We'll step away, take a timeout, come back and look at the numbers. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
I tell my son, I love you every single day.
I love you.
Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious moment.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter which you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
The black truck? Hey, Christina from accounting.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, I used to date a girl named Christina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then she dumped me for my best friend. You want to see some photos of them that I took?
I don't.
I thought we talked about this, buddy.
Buzzed and overshared again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna call a car.
That's a smart idea.
So yeah, I know, that's why I did it.
Hey, you're gonna get back to the top of the mountain.
Does that mean I'm gonna get back with Christina?
No.
Oh.
No.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
39-26 your score here at halftime. The Lady Tigers lead Cumberland University by 13 points. Matt Payton and the former Tiger Benji Kelly here with you as we look at some of the numbers that made up the first 20 minutes. Campbellsville overall from the floor shoots it at 48%. They were 14 of 29. Campbellsville 6 of 12 from deep there in the first half. 6 Edward Jones payouts, and the Lady Tigers 5 of 5 at the free throw line. Cumberland University struggled there in the first half. Benji, they took 3 more shots than the Lady Tigers. They made 3 less shots than the Lady Tigers, just 11 of 32, 34%. They did connect on 3 of 7 from long range, 43%, 50% at the free throw line. But those shooting percentages for the Lady Tigers, right where you want to see them.
Yeah, right where you want to see them. They cooled off a little bit there in the second quarter, but yet we're still able to extend their lead by 2 points. So just some great offensive efficiency there. You know, one number that really stands out, Lauren Lee, man, she is dishing the ball, but also knocking down shots when she needs to. 8 assists already in the first half. That's impressive.
Yeah, Lauren Lee, 5 off a career high, and assists, 13. She's done that a couple of times, so we'll see if she gets a chance to top it here this evening. The Lady Tigers get a game-high 10 in the first half from Caitlin Wilkes. Kit Kat was 4 of 8 from the field, had 5 rebounds there in the first 20 minutes of play. They got 8 off the bench from Sarah Sutton. Benji, it is poetry in motion.
It is.
Watching Sarah Sutton shoot the ball with the confidence that she is right now. It's such an X factor. It's such a weapon for this Lady Tiger offense. In some ways, it's almost like a cheat code.
Well, it's, you know, she comes off the bench and does it. Now, I think early in the year when we played down there, Sarah was kind of still trying to fill things out, so getting her in rhythm like we've been able to do here these last several games, I mean, she's just a deadly shooter. Then you add Bertram on top of that, she can come in and knock them down as well. So Campbellsville playing extremely well here in this first half, exactly what you'd expect.
Lady Tigers get 5 each from Lauren Lee and Elizabeth Bertram in the first half. As Benji mentioned, Lee with 8 assists. She was 1 of 3 from the field, knocked in a couple of free throws. The one make was a 3-point basket, but again, 8 dimes there in the first for Lauren Lee. 5 points from Bertram, 2 of 5 shooting. She had a 3-point field goal, 5 as well from Courtney Pritchett. Pritchett, 5 points, 2 of 3. She hit an Edward Jones 3, 2 rebounds for her. 3 points from Kayla Luby off the bench, and Maddie Boyle out of the starting lineup. Luby with 3 boards for the Lady Tigers. Boyle's 3 points coming on a 3-point shot also. For Cumberland University, they were led in the first half by Abby Morgan. She had 8 points off the bench, shot it really well, had a couple of 3-point field goals. 6 points from Brittany Miller, who Benji and I are both impressed with there. Yes. 5 points from Elena Rongos, 4 rebounds, 2 assists for Rongos, 3 from Lauren King, 2 from Kiara Sexton, 2 more from Aya Jones to round out the scoring for the Phoenix. And here's one that we talked about at the top of the broadcast. Benji rebounding, Campbellsville holding their own and rebounding. It's a Cumberland team averaging almost 39 rebounds a ball game. The Lady Tigers, 17 rebounds in the first half, just 12 for Cumberland University, 4 on the offensive end for Campbellsville, 2 for the Phoenix. And anytime, a strength of a team, you can take it away, certainly should pay dividends.
It does, and that was a point of emphasis that Coach Colvin had with this team. She said, we've got to keep them off the boards because they crash hard and they're very physical. And Campbellsville so far in this first half took care of business. Now let's replicate it again here in the second half.
Taking a look at some of the other numbers here, Campbellsville finishes with 14 assists on 14 made baskets. That's hard to do. I don't care what level you're playing at. 14 assists, 4 steals, 7 turnovers. They turned it over just one time on Saturday at Freed Hardeman, which is incredible. 7 first-half turnovers for the Lady Tigers there. For Cumberland University, 7 assists, 3 steals, 6 first-half turnovers, enhanced scoring quickly in the paint. Campbellsville a 12-10 advantage. Off turnovers, 11-0 in favor of the Lady Tigers. So despite the fact they have 7 turnovers, they've yet to yield a point off of those giveaway second chance points, 2-0 in favor of Campbellsville, and bench points 16-10 in favor of Campbellsville University. They led the entire way, no ties, no lead changes. The largest advantage for CU, 16 points, and that's where we stand here at halftime. Benji, all in all, a pretty fun first half to watch if you're a Lady Tiger fan. Some really good basketball there.
Really good basketball on both ends of the courts for both teams. Now, obviously, Cumberland's not shooting the ball as well as they normally do, but I think you got to credit Campbellsville's defense for doing that. But these are 2 well-coached teams, and once again, Campbellsville taking care of business when they needed to.
Lady Tigers lead it here at the intermission. Campbellsville with the 39-26 advantage. We'll step away, take an extended timeout here. We'll come back shortly and get you set for second half action. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm going to take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men, take care of our home. Build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you. Get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter which you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
As a dad, every day is a challenge. To make sure that the time that I have, I spend with them. It doesn't matter how tired you are, you have to try and to teach them. When they learn something new, and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
(39-26) our score. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly here at the Powell Center. Some important games taking place across the Mid-South Conference tonight. Benji, maybe the most important, you look at the Thomas More and Georgetown game. We'll try to find a score on that, but others, you got a few pulled up there.
Got a few pulled up here. Cumberland's Kentucky is up on Wilberforce 32 to 20. Actually, let me reset these here because actually up 42-23 at a half. Pikeville's up on Bethel, Tennessee at half, 38-32. Of course, you got the Cumberland-Campbellsville game here, and then I can't get that Georgetown. I think they use a different.
They use it on their site.
On their site, and
does.
then the game at Lindsay is probably just getting ready to tip off here. So,
oh my, Thomas More is blitzed.
Georgetown. 42-21.
It was 27-10 at the end of the first quarter, and that's kind of what happened when the Lady Tigers went up there. They got out of the gate really hot. Campbellsville battled back. But the first 6 minutes of the game and then the final 4 minutes of the game, Thomas More just got going offensively, and Campbellsville couldn't quite get over the hump. At one point, we were trading some threes for twos, and of course, that's always a bit problematic. But Thomas More here early, leading Georgetown. I say early, that game's at halftime, and then you Thomas More looking like the #1 team.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you got Freed Hardman up on Shawnee at the half, 43-33. So
Campbellsville here back in action on Saturday. UT Southern will come to the Powell Center.
All right, here we go, Matt. Half number 2.
Lauren Lee, the basketball here, as the Lady Tigers will be on the offensive end first for Campbellsville. That Thrive at starting 5 out there. I think Quentin Ford is in the house tonight.
He is.
Corporate sponsor recognition night.
He is in the house.
Lee back door has Boyle. Floater over the top of Miller, rattles in and out. And Elena Rondos, another rebound here for Cumberland University.
Good look there by Maddie Boyle on the backdoor cut. She had to get it up there pretty high over Miller.
Inside here, trying to relay a message, and inside Lauren King is fouled.
Pritchett.
So for Courtney Pritchett, that will be her first on Campbellsville. 39-28 after the made bucket by King, an and-one opportunity coming her way. Free throw on the way is good. (39-29) the score. Campbellsville back to work offensively here. Inside, that is Lee to Wilkes. She'll get another hoop there. Lauren Lee, the helper.
Yeah, number 9, the 9th assist by Lauren Lee. If you've seen that.
We're getting close enough, Benji. Sorry I cut you off there. The school record, program record. You know that one?
I do not.
Inside, Rondos. So shot
15?
Nope, 16.
16.
You know who has it. And it's a tie.
Well, Coach Colvin, obviously, and Caitlin Hall?
Nope. That's a really good guess, though. Working inside here is Lee, spinning. Goes up to the shot in the right hand. Good for Lauren Lee. That might be the first bucket of the night without an assist. Lauren Lee did it herself.
Nice little job there by Lauren Lee. She actually had Wilkes. It was open on the block that she could have passed it, but
out top. When you think about that,
I'm thinking about
tied with Coach there as inside Sexton cutoff. Goes into the corner, Lauren King. Now Miller faces up with Wilkes. Help defender Lee forces her to drive, and we've got a whistle here as Miller, a little bully ball there, right
it was
at
a little
Caitlin Wilkes.
Yeah, remember Wilkes was right there to stand her ground. Shannon Wathen?
Nope. Another really good guess.
Miranda Denny?
Nope.
Okay.
Speaking of Miranda Denny, Brian sent me a text that he's listening from Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Lauren Lee goes down there, and she may have rolled an ankle. Inside, Rongos back out. Lee trying to recover, but that ankle certainly giving her some fits here, and she couldn't even get to that rebound. So this may be problematic here. We'll see if Campbellsville takes a timeout. Rongos spills down. Lee coming the other way. You give her time to play through it, and she just may. Boyle open, 3 on the way. Bang! Little roll reversal. Caitlin Wilkes sets up her high school teammate, Maddie Boyle. Edward Jones 3.
Maddie kind of trailed the whole play down the court, and as a result was able to spot open for that wing. She loves that wing.
Sexton down on the inline to King. And behind me, Derek Port is stalking. He is ready for a stoppage to get his grubby little paws on Lauren Lee as she's injured. Stay away, Derek. He's the guy like that. The Grim Reaper.
He
you don't
is
want to
like
see
you
him
don't want
walking
to see
your
him.
way.
She's fighting through it, though.
Something's gone wrong. Left side on the wing, Lauren Lee. Bounces to Boyle on the inline. Boyle behind the Pritchett screen. Pull-up J is pure for Maddie Boyle.
Yeah, way to read the defense there, Maddie Boyle. Just take what the defense gives you, a little step-back jumper.
And Coach Scott Bloom going to take a timeout. This might be, Coach Bloom, this is a savvy move right here. Take the timeout and get Lauren Lee out of the game yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what he's doing. Even she said she stepped on somebody's foot there as she comes off the floor, and there's Derek Port to almost corral her and usher her off.
He's like, you're not going to the bench.
You don't want her to go. You don't want to go that way. Anytime you see someone head back that direction, you hold. I came out and Sarah Sutton was propped up there.
Oh,
and
wow.
I was like, oh no, and but she's just getting an ankle retaped.
Okay.
I think maybe a little too snug on her there at halftime. 48-33 your score. We'll keep it right here as the Lady Tigers lead Cumberland University. Nice little shot there, as you can see, into the huddle. But I was mentioning Brian Denny said he was watching from Costa Rica. I don't know what a man's got to do to get down to Costa Rica there.
Well, it's got to be warmer than it is here.
He left Precious Cargo. Hootie's still here. What's he doing? Basketball season, maybe a work trip. Brian does terrific work in and around the university. If you come here at the Powell Centers, you see the replay there. The back wall here that they've done, the mural of the history kind of Tiger and Lady Tiger basketball. Really cool stuff, what they provide here on a night where we recognize some of the corporate sponsors.
You know, we've got several corporates that are here tonight. I think 14 or 15 of our corporate sponsors are here. We'll recognize them in between the two games here, but we appreciate all that our local businesses and regional businesses do for Campbellsville University Tiger and Lady Tiger athletics.
So we get ready to return to play.
Speaking of stalking,
yeah,
Coach
Ginger High-Colvin should be down there. Hootie may be the head coach in a moment. Coach will be back there checking out. Look, she's even walked down towards midcourt here, trying to get a
glimpse.
Sexton out front with the basketball here for Cumberland University. Campbellsville leads by 15. Left side, this is Gordon working against Pedigo. Gets the step shot up as Boyle goes down. And what do we got here? Waiting for a call. Boyle is pointing the other way, but she's not going to like it.
We had a block here and we had a charge over there. He was getting ready to.
Is that a barge?
Well, it's technically, if they both have two separate calls, it's a jump ball. But you didn't know that one.
This one,
he called a block. So she may. I don't know if she was in a restricted area or not.
Foul against Boyle is her first three on the Lady Tigers, and it is Gordon at the free throw line. I've got Gordon listed at just 11% on the season from the free throw line. She hits both there. That may be a typo. Campbellsville back the other way, 48-35. Pedigo hands it off to Boyle. Boyle's got the last five for Campbellsville. Pritchett holds it off the wing. Boyle circles. Instead, it's Bertram now, working left side of the lane. Bertram right at King. That ball rolls around and pops out on Elizabeth Bertram. Cumberland University back to the offensive end. Skip pass, intercepted. Pritchett took it away. Pritchett down the floor, has Boyle, stops, has a trailer. That's Bertram, three off the wing. Bang! Elizabeth Bertram and Edward Jones pay out. Courtney Pritchett set it up.
Yeah, I tell you, that was a nice setup by Courtney Pritchett, and you knew Bertram sprinted straight to the line. It's almost like they had that planned.
51-35. Campbellsville by 16, a turnover. Cumberland gives it away. Pedigo long ahead to her high school teammate. That is Bertram, catches out. Pritchett won't shoot it. And now Pedigo on the left wing. Entry, looking for Wilkes, knocked away. Pedigo gets it right back. Into the corner, Boyle, open, three on the way. That is long, ball swatted by Wilkes. She was trying to get it, kind of knocked it away, and Rongo's there to pick it up for Cumberland University. 51-35 remains the score, 5:40 to play in the third quarter. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly at the Powell Athletic Center, Campbellsville, Kentucky. Jumper just inside the three-point arc by Kayla Gordon is good. Gordon, the transfer from Illinois Central. Pedigo running the point as Lauren Lee is getting the ankle taped. And this ball knocked out of bounds by Sexton. Kayla Luby will enter the lineup here for CU. Caitlin Wilkes earns a breather. Abby Morgan in for Lauren King. Morgan shot it really well there in the first half. She is still, despite not having appeared yet in the second half, still the leading scorer for Cumberland University this evening. Pedigo to Bertram. Now further down the end line to Boyle. Bounces. Pritchett driving in, kicking out. That's Pedigo. Back to Pritchett, straight away, three. That is just short. And the rebound will be hauled in by Abby Morgan. Kayla Gordon, left side, backs away from Boyle, now picked up by Pedigo. On around, off the wing, driving is Rongos. Leaves it with Miller outside the painted area, drives in,
nice.
Shot good off the window for Brittany Miller.
Wow, that's some great footwork there by Brittany Miller.
51-39 the score, 12-point game. Pedigo in, and this shot blocked. Actually gonna have a foul called here against Brittany Miller. That's gonna be her second. First in the period on Cumberland University, and this will bring us to a stoppage with 4:35 to play in the third. Campbellsville leads 51-39. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network. microphone there, Benji Kelly. 12-point Lady Tiger lead. You flip that thing up sometimes,
it works
and
better
it works
way.
much better.
Yeah.
Flip that up sometimes just to kind of get it out of the way and forget to pull it back in. But looking across the way here is the Lady Tigers lead by a dozen. You can see some instant replays here. That is the Pritchett kick out to Bertram. She had a little 2-on-1, instead circled back, and there Bert was. Look across. Ivan Pettigo has Sarah Kate. What has your dad done?
Yeah, please let us know. And also, Sarah Kate, please tell Bailey to come to my office tomorrow. I've been asking for a month. I've got something I need to give her.
Not a pink slip, is it?
No, it is not. It is not.
But Pettigo at the free throw line here as she drew the foul against Brittany Miller a moment ago. Southpaw's first free throw is good. But we'll see if Sarah Kate's tuned in. She doesn't miss many. She's probably
She can multitask
somewhere.
as well.
She can. We learned that as Pettigo hits the free throw. But looking across the way, if you're watching, you can see Ivan. He's posted up over there. He's got that right foot propped up. Looks like a man who missed the bottom step or something here. As he may need to visit Derek Port himself as this ball knocked out of bounds. Lauren Lee is back on the bench or in that area. She got the
go-ahead. I think they got the retape.
Campbellsville sent Sarah Sutton back in the lineup a moment ago. Pettigo checking out after the free throw here. Cumberland to work, kicking it out to Morgan. Now up top, Sexton driving in. That is Rongos wide open off the wing, throw on the way, just short off the mark left. Miller the rebound, put back good for Brittany Miller.
Brittany Miller has come to play this evening for this Cumberland Ball Club.
Boyle will handle the basketball for the time being. Right side, Pritchett. Gonna try that Rongos. Now cut off, needs some help. Bertram wants Luby, has her. Luby to work, off the window, good.
Nice entry pass by Bertram too. Put a little English on that as she passed it in there to Luby, and a nice little turnaround jump shot, bank off the glass.
Right side, Morgan throws it out to the left wing. That is Gordon cutting in. Now Miller back out top. Sexton grabs it. Gordon again, 10 to shoot. They want Miller on the entry. They have her. Miller goes up. She's fouled by Kayla Luby here. And that'll be the first on the Concordia transfer. 4 on the Lady Tigers in this third quarter. 55-41 the score as Brittany Miller will head to the free throw line. 77% on the season. Cane Ridge High School. That ankle roll by Lauren Lee may cost her a chance at the
record.
She's sitting on 10.
She already got, so they gave her 2 here?
She's got 2 in this half.
Okay.
Second free throw, no good from Miller. Maddie Boyle, right side. Out front, Bertram. Bertram has Luby at the free throw line, back to the basket, back out to Sutton. Sutton, a couple of dribbles. Bertram again, rips through, gonna drive left side. She's fouled. And this will go against Cumberland University, and it will be assessed to Brittany Miller. That's going to be 3 on Miller, 2 on Cumberland University. Tiara Davis and Aya Jones back into the lineup. Miller checks out. And I assume somebody else left the floor. I missed whoever it was. Here's a jumper by Sutton off the baseline out of bounds. No good. And ball gets knocked out of bounds. Rongos checked out. Rongos was the other player to leave the court. I was really counting there. I was trying to find 6. I couldn't figure out who else left, but it was Rongos. Call goes to Cumberland here, as they say, last touch by the Lady Tigers. 2:52 to play, third quarter. Bertram defending Sexton, who spins away. Has Morgan. Now Morgan will drive right down the middle of the lane. Knocked away by Boyle. Jones there to pick it up. She'll take the jumper off the paint. That is no good. Rebound to Luby. She'll wait. And now Maddie Boyle collects it. She'll run the offense again for Campbellsville. Boyle out to Pritchett. Pritchett will drive. Now actually going to leave it here with Sutton. Sutton needs some help. It's Boyle. 15 to shoot. Campbellsville leads by a baker's dozen. Boyle inside, has Luby, collects, goes up and one for Kayla Luby. She gets the deuce. Maddie Boyle the dime.
tell you, I love how strong Kayla Luby is. Her and Wilkes both, they both have their strengths in various different ways. Kayla's able to play through a lot of stuff and get that ball up there. Just quite impressive. Is that on 22?
It was on Davis, yes. Luby is able to make the awkward angles work.
She really does. And you can tell that that's something she's practiced quite a bit. Caitlin is just so good at feeling the defense and knowing where to be to get herself set up to receive that pass.
Luby hits that free throw. Luby's free throw is really interesting to me. It's almost like she gets to the top. There's a little hitch there.
It's almost like a Bill Cartwright.
And at times, I wonder if the ball's going to get to the rim. But not only does it get there, it's almost when she hits them, they're perfect.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Driving in, shot by Jones is no good. Jones comes up holding her back a bit. Nally has it knocked away. Finally gets it free to Pritchett. 58-42 the score. Pritchett keeps it away from Sexton. Now Lauren Lee, who's back into the lineup, spins in the paint. Out, Sutton, open three. That's going to be short. May have rushed it a bit. Nally saves it. Luby's jumper off the end line, no good. And Abby Morgan the other way for Cumberland University. Campbellsville still that 16-point lead. Sexton in, spins, has Davis left side. She'll drive, throws up an off-balance shot as she ran into Luby. Lauren Lee, the rebound for Campbellsville. Lee will push, pressured by Morgan, gets the step, kicks it out, open shooter, Sutton, that is no good. And the rebound to Sexton.
Don't get more wide open than that.
Here's Sexton driving right side, bumped and fouled. She gets knocked to the ground hard. I think this will go against
Sutton.
Kayla Luby. They got Luby on that. She and Sutton were both in the area. I think Luby maybe have made that contact up top here, and we're going to get changes 3 on, 3 off for CU as Luby, Pritchett, and Sutton check out. Pettigo, Bertram, and Wilkes back in. Harville will enter in a moment for Cumberland University. 1:02 to play in the third quarter. 58-42.
You heard from Sarah Kate?
No, I don't know. Sarah Kate's she's let me down. She's listened to every game this year. I'll mention the most random things, and Sarah Kate will text and tell me how great of a job I'm doing.
Well, I'll go a different way.
You're going to text her.
I'm going to text Michelle.
There you go. We need to know what Ivan did. The people need to know. Missing both free throws there is Sexton. Lauren Lee to the other end now for Campbellsville. Lee pressured out front. Left side, Nally holds it. One dribble, has Pettigo at the elbow, feeds it inside. Wilkes didn't catch it clean. She finds Bertram, who's cutting the lane, and Elizabeth Bertram with the lay-in, kind of a face there. I don't know if she thought she got hit or maybe mad at herself for not catching it clean, but 2 points nonetheless. Wilkes set that up. Wilkes with a couple nice passes out of the post tonight. Here's a jumper by Gordon on the way. That is off. Wilkes going to chase it down. Quickly ahead as the shot clock is now off. Bertram and Nally. Bertram stops, needs some help. Wilkes is coming, can't get it to her. Bertram in a pickle, throws it back to Pettigo, and we've got a timeout taken, a timely timeout taken by Coach Ginger High Colvin and the Lady Tigers as Bertram was, she was creeping close to that 5-second
It was pretty close.
If the whistle had sounded the signal 5 second, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Wouldn't have argued with it one bit.
30-second timeout here with 12 seconds remaining in this third quarter. 60-42, the Lady Tigers lead. Campbellsville looking for win number 18 on the year, looking for win number 12 in Mid-South Conference play here. As replay, you can see that Wilkes pass to Bertram there. I couldn't help but to laugh at Bert. She came up and kind of made a face. And once you get to know them, and I think John Boyce, who does a terrific job for Cumberland University, once you get to know these young ladies and young men on the men's side, you kind of see their, you see them, the personalities, and then them on the floor. I had a really interesting conversation with Elizabeth Burr. I'm going to tell the story. I told her I would tell it. We were actually eating dinner the other night. Derek Port and Brett Sal and I were at the table with Maddie Nally, Caitlin Wilkes, and Elizabeth Bertram. Our terrific bus driver Robert Taylor was there too, and we'll get to this story in a moment on Bertram. It's quite funny. It has to do with the Bethel game on Thursday night as Boyle sends it out front to Pettigo here, and Lauren Lee will collect it. 5 seconds. Lee working, driving. Lauren Lee, shot up on the way, circles the drain and pops out on Lee. 60-42 will be the score as we head to the fourth quarter. We'll step away, take a timeout, come back and bring you fourth quarter action. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good? 60-42, Campbellsville leading Cumberland University at the Powell Center. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly here with you as Campbellsville looking for win number 18. And you see the and one here as Maddie Boyle shot that one down inside to Kayla Luby a bit earlier. For CU as they return to play here, you've got Wilkes and Bertram, Nally out there with Pritchett and Lee. Those were the three at the table the other night. I started this story, but Bertram, apparently Elizabeth Bertram has this face she makes, and she just goes blank. So when you're talking to her and she's really stressed out or really focused, it almost looks like she's staring past you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a natural face. And Caitlin, you know, and Maddie are like, Bert, it looks like you're just like not listening or
you're
whatever.
Totally tuned
and
out.
Bertram's like, no, I'm super tuned in.
Yeah.
And it works the opposite. But anyway, she turned the ball over at Bethel, and I think Coach had made the comment like, don't turn it over again or you're coming out.
Yeah.
And Bertram was kind of like, okay, I don't want the basketball anymore because I don't want to turn it over so I don't have to come out.
I want to play. I want to play.
That's one way to look at it. Driving here is Harville. Throws up an off-balance shot. No good. Ball gets batted right back to Harville, who finds Aya Jones for 2 points down inside here. But so now I'm watching for that face from Bert where she just kind of, they say she almost just goes blank and like she's zombified or something. But anyhow, Campbellsville back on the offensive end. Pritchett has Bertram, left wing, thought about it. Now the entry. Wilkes going to work back to the basket against Davis. Quick release for Caitlin Wilkes is good.
Yeah, a little body contact there and was able to kind of create that separation. That's a special play right there by Caitlin Wilkes.
Abby Morgan shovels one inside, looking for Davis, and those two ladies out of sync, or to Campbellsville, I guess they got a hand on it. Lady Tigers got a hand on it.
I think so.
62-44, and that's the boss right there. If he wants the headset, he gets it right. I mean, we don't. There's not much we can say. He signs the paychecks inside. Davis to Jones, who sends it back out. That's Morgan. Three climbs up over the backboard and down into the Tiger dance team and out of play here.
Well, I got word on Ivan. Messed his ankle up during Memorial Day and actually just had surgery on Monday. Thankfully, no.
Man.
Yeah, so he's going to be up for a bit.
And he's a trooper.
He is.
Man,
he's here.
Man has raised 4 daughters, and here you got Bailey playing, and he's here right after surgery on Monday.
Nice.
Here, Lauren Lee shot no good. Rebound taken in by Davis. So kudos to Ivan. He couldn't sit at. He could have sat at home and watched us, but he had to be here.
Well, you know, if I had to choose, I'd probably go watch my daughter play too.
No doubt about it. Here, foul down inside. Wilkes whistled for the foul call as the Lady Tigers will send Gordon back to the free throw line here. That is the second on Wilkes, first on Campbellsville in the fourth quarter. 62-44 your score, 8:28 to play. Tigers and Phoenix coming up at the conclusion of this one. These two teams played a really good game down in Cumberland earlier this year down in Lebanon, Tennessee. It was the final 4 minutes decided that game. Final 4 minutes of the first half decided that game. That was the difference as Campbellsville will look to flip the script here tonight. Lauren Lee the other way after that second free throw good for Gordon. Nally down to the end line. Bertram spins, wants Wilkes, has her. Back to Bertram, baseline. Jay is strong. And Jones the rebound for Cumberland. Campbellsville trying to match up defensively. Left side, Morgan working against Lee. Stops behind the back, leaves it here with Davis. Davis wants a cutting teammate. That is Harville, and I believe Maddie Nally got the long arms in there and poked it out of bounds.
I tell you, she's had several deflections like that here today, that long wingspan. Maddie's always active.
Out top, Davis. Sarah Kate texts me and she said, I'm glad my mom could help you out. Wait, Sarah Kate, we were desperate for answers. We were.
Lower to shoulder.
Here is a foul. Aya Jones turns and knocks Bertram over, and that'll be a foul on Aya Jones. Yeah, Sarah Kate had finally, she texted me there. And so Michelle had texted you like Adam Schefter working the horn on Sunday Countdown.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Get the results you need, you know.
The people need answers. Lee, cross midcourt, working against Gordon. Big screen there by Bertram. Lee back to Bertram, has to jump up and grab it. Lee collects it between the circles. She will wait as Campbellsville will work through this half-court set, nearly knocked away. Lee, right side on the drive, and a blocking foul called here on the floor, I do believe, as this will go against Kayla Gordon. Benji, am I wrong? Is O'Fallon, Illinois? Is that down in the southern part there? I could be.
Actually, I think it may be up near Chicago, isn't it?
It may be.
I think so. I'll do a quick Google search.
The only place in Chicago I go is Wrigleyville. I stay, try to stay right there. 62-46 on the inline. Bertram has it knocked away as a couple of bodies go to the ground here, and out of all that mess, Cumberland comes away with the basketball. Morgan driving left side of the lane, blocked by Maddie Nally. And to the other end, Lee with it. Lee, right side, wide open, Pritchett, three, bang! That a way to use it all.
It's to touch all of that rim.
Not swish it.
Oh, it's outside of St. Louis. My bad.
I was thinking it was on the southern end there. That's all. I mean, it's pretty much Missouri, or how close is that even to Kentucky? You start kind of calling down?
You're pretty good little ways.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's all right. So. And Aya Jones looking inside for Miller. Can't get it to her. Jones off the paint left side. Jumper no good. Pritchett the rebound for the Lady Tigers. Campbellsville the other way. She'll stop, slow down, waits for Lauren Lee. Lee with 11 assists tonight, 2 off her career best. Inside, Bertram has Wilkes, goes up, the right hand. Benji, I don't know what you do against it.
It's hard to defend that. It's so quick, so strong, and just it's impressive to watch.
Short of someone having the wingspan to stand there and just make it more difficult. Here, Sexton driving in, and that is a difficult finish by Sexton. Had to get that basketball up between 2 Lady Tiger defenders, just enough on it. 67-48 the score. Lee, right side to Pritchett. Pritchett hit that Edward Jones 3 a moment ago. Bertram driving, has the ball raked out of her hands, blocked there by Sexton. Boyle and Pettigo will re-enter. Bertram and Lauren Lee checking out. Luby and Sutton back in. I mentioned Pettigo back in. Wilkes will head off the floor. Pettigo to inbound for the Lady Tigers. And this ball nearly knocked away. Nally bounces to Pettigo. 8 to shoot. Pettigo going to need some help here. Got to go quickly. 4 seconds. Boyle off the Sutton screen. Back to Sutton. The shot clock going to sound as Sutton's 3 is off the front of the iron and out of play.
Yeah, just about a half second too late there. Right idea, but it's kind of good defense by Cumberland to force us to use that full shot clock. So.
Closing in on 5.5 minutes to play. 67-48, the Lady Tigers the advantage. Sexton backs away here, 3 on the way, no good. Long rebound is taken in by Boyle, but Miller gonna tie her up, and this will go to the double thumbs. Campbellsville will have it off the arrow. (67-48). Lady Tigers will come back to the offensive end here. And we're going to get a change as Kennedy Powell will enter, 5'11" senior forward from Hendersonville, Tennessee. She joins Rongos, King, Sexton, and Morgan. Pettigo ahead, right side. Still on the dribble. Pettigo, left side, inside, has Luby. Up, shot won't go. but Kayla Luby will go to the free throw line here as the foul will go against Kiara Sexton.
Good entry pass there from Pedigo to Luby. I believe Miller got a little banged up on that jump ball play just a possession ago. They're down there looking at her as Luby hits that first free throw.
Luby gets both free throws. Should be 70 to 48, I believe here, right? Or is it 67? Maybe 69 is right.
Yeah, it's 69.
69-48 the score. Rongos out front, Sutton defending. Rongos going to work left side, stops, back out. That is a jumper on the way by Powell, who checked in a moment ago. And young lady with the name Powell's got to hit that shot in the Powell Center. This will bring us to a media stoppage. 4:45 to play the basketball game. Campbellsville leads 69-48. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
49-48, the Lady Tigers lead Cumberland University here in the Powell Center. Matt Payton with you as Campbellsville will pick up their 18th win in just a moment. So some replays coming your way here. Lady Tigers getting a three from Courtney Pritchett earlier. Used it all there, hit the side of the rim, backboard, and fell through as
it wasn't pretty, but at the end of the day, it's a made basket.
Effective. Effective. Just 2 second-half turnovers for Campbellsville. They had 7 at halftime, 9 at the moment. Campbellsville at 48% from the field, 47% from long range. Perfect at the free throw line. 69-48. Back the other way. Boyle in a trap, needs help. Pitches it over to Luby. Powell got a hand on it. Did Luby touch it as well? As Powell kind of points at Luby, but I think the official is going to say that it was last touched by the Beach High School product, Powell. Pedigo throws it in here to Nally. Sends it back out to Bailey, and she will orchestrate the offense here. Luby. Now Pedigo. There is Sutton. Open three on the way. Bang! Much like Courtney Pritchett, Sarah Sutton uses it all to get 3 points.
Nice little set play there for the Lady Tigers to get open Sutton. That's her third, Edward Jones.
Here's a long jumper by Rongos, no good. Rebound taken in by Boyle. Campbellsville the other way. Trailer is Sutton. Instead, she shovels it back here to Pedigo. Nally inside. Cutting down the lane is Luby, and she gets the bucket. Maddie Nally with an assist.
That was a nice pass by Maddie Nally.
They're driving in, underhanded, goes out of bounds as they were looking for Powell. Morgan, I don't know if Campbellsville may have got a hand on that.
I don't know if they did or not. I thought there for a second there were going to be a diving over there where Ivan's at, and that ankle.
Diving at Ivan, that would not be what you want.
That would not what you want.
Ivan talking to you.
Yeah, he's like, nobody touched that. And I don't think anybody did touch that.
Driving in is Sexton and throws one up through contact. And Kiara Sexton, difficult finish as she draws the foul working against Maddie Boyle. That'll be the second on Boyle, 4 on the Lady Tigers, 3:34 to play. It's a 24-point Campbellsville lead. And we'll see Breon Oldham check in, 5'4" senior guard from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Harville going to re-enter as well. Again, Cumberland without Lindsey Freeman here tonight, the 5'9" junior guard from local product there, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Second team all-conference a year ago. And
you have her in there with what's she averaging, 11, 12 points a game. I mean, so it makes this 24, 23-point lead a little closer. So, but, Campbellsville's obviously taking care of business here this afternoon.
Bree Gowdy checking in for the Lady Tigers, 5'5" freshman guard from Campbellsville, Kentucky. Maya J. Eubanks, 6'1" sophomore forward from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, checking in for Cumberland University. Full court pressure here by the Phoenix. Campbellsville able to get it across. They'll run out and try to trap Boyle. Gowdy lost the handle a bit. Now going to deck it, drive in, throws up a shot. Bree Gowdy is fouled here with 3:20 to play. 74-51 the score. Gowdy will go to the free throw line. The foul call
on Eubanks.
Maya J. Eubanks. Her first 4 on Cumberland as a team. Free throw by Gowdy here is good. So that makes it a 75-51 game. Bree gets 1 of 2. Second free throw going through. Harville on the offensive end here for Cumberland. Harville off the pow. Now inside, Eubanks is fouled by Maddie Nally. First on Nally. 3 on the Lady Tigers as a team. And it will be Maya J. Eubanks to go to the free throw line here. Elizabeth Bertram will re-enter for Campbellsville. And second free throw for Eubanks is good. 75-53, Gowdy pitches it in here to Bertram. Sutton back to Gowdy as the Lady Tigers work against this pressure. Long ahead, they have Nally. She'll stop. Bertram at the elbow. Bert, a couple of dribbles back out to the left wing. 15 on the shot clock here. Nally off the right side, wants Luby, pitches it in, and nice defense by Harville, kind of threw Luby off balance a bit. Ball went out of play.
Yeah, it's a good defense, as you said there, Matt. Luby just kind of, the little bump there just kind of got her a little bit off kilter and knocked it out of bounds. So good defense by Cumberland.
Into the corner here, Oldham wide open, drives in line and throws up a shot that's too strong. Bree Gowdy there for the rebound. Has Bertram ahead. Bert into the middle, has Sutton off the left wing. Open, 3 on the way. That is no good. Rebound tapped, and Luby there to grab it. Bertram off the left side. Gowdy flashes out front. Left side again, it's Bertram. They want Luby, not there. Now Nally working the dribble. Out front, Sutton, left side, Gowdy. Open, 3 on the way. That is hard. Boy, I thought that one was good. Let's see if Nally can race it down. She does. 2 minutes to play. Campbellsville still on the offensive end here. Left side, Bertram. Oldham defends, skips it. That is Nally working on the dribble. Backs away. Bertram again straight away. Luby at the free throw line. 4 to shoot. Bertram, long 2 on the way. Short, goes out of play. And that's a turnover on Campbellsville as the shot clock will sound. But the Lady Tigers with a couple of looks there, a couple of offensive rebounds, keeping the possession alive for, felt like well over a minute there. Here's a jumper by Harville that is no good, and Gowdy another rebound for CU. Bertram will cross the midcourt stripe with less than 90 seconds to go. Nally inside too strong, and a push from behind on Eubanks as Kayla Luby will go to the free throw line here for Campbellsville.
Well, Matt, good solid effort here this evening for this Lady Tiger team. Going to notch up another, their 12th Mid-South Conference win. And looks like Lauren came out of that little rolled ankle okay. So, yeah, hate to see anybody go down like that, especially your point guard, but she responded well. So,
free throw here by Luby. She gets the second, missed that first one. That was her first miss of the night. A dozen for Luby here. Actually, she'll have 13 after that made free throw. Runner by Oldham, no good. Rebound taken in by Kayla Luby. Campbellsville the other way. Bertram needs some help. Finally, Gowdy there. And Gowdy working right side, just over a minute to go. Sutton holds it off the right wing. Luby. On the right side, Sutton. 12 to shoot. Gowdy going to drive inline, inside shot up, no good. And Bree Gowdy will take a trip to the nail. Lauren King, the contact. Two shots coming here for Bree. First one on the way, short off the front of the rim. 77% on the season is Gowdy. One more coming her way. And the second is good. 77-53. Oldham the basketball here for Cumberland University. Left wing, Harville. Backing away, now ripping through is Powell. Shot up, good for Kennedy Powell. Nice strong move there. 77-55. Bertram slows down near midcourt. Has Luby, right side, Sutton. Open three on the way. Bang! Sarah Sutton finishes it off here with the Edward Jones three. 80-55. That's probably going to be the last look at the rim for the Lady Tigers. They usually won't shoot in this situation. Driving in, Eubanks throws up a shot, no good. We'll see if Campbellsville can avoid a giveaway. If they do, that's going to be it. Gowdy will dribble it right here and needs some help. Luby, 3 seconds, and now Sutton will hold it. And that's where the buzzer will sound. 80-55. The Lady Tigers will pick up the win.
Quite impressive, Matt. Quite impressive. You know, just looking here at the stats real quick, a team that rebounds 33 rebounds a game. We held them to 23. Pretty impressive.
Campbellsville with the win moves to 18-1 on the season. They're 12-1 in Mid-South Conference play. For Cumberland University, they are 10-9 now on the year, 6-8 inside of Mid-South Conference action, as Benji will remove the headset and the head coach, Ginger High Colvin, will make her way over. We've got a few minutes here for the corporate sponsor recognition, and then we'll jump into pregame coverage for the Tigers here as Campbellsville gets the win 80-55. Lady Tigers back in action against UT Southern on Saturday. That is a 1 o'clock Eastern time as they will take on the Firehawks, who are in Columbia, Kentucky tonight to take on Lindsey Wilson College. Lady Tigers winners 80-55, the final score, as Ginger High Colvin joins us here. Coach, nice little performance by the Lady Tigers. Nice to be back at home. You guys shot it well. I thought the first few minutes of the game really kind of clicking for you inside and out.
Yeah, and Cumberland used a good defensive team, so to come out and be able to get some shots early, and Caitlin Wilkes was really good early, and I think she was. I know we hit some shots. I've been after Courtney to really look to score more, and I want her to look to score more, so that was a good thing too.
You finish tonight with, well, I've got to go. I don't have the new stat sheet. 28 field goals, 25 assists off the field goals. Had Lauren Lee not rolled an ankle, we may have been in line for something pretty cool. She finishes with 11 assists. She was chasing down her own mark. At halftime, she had 8. She got 3 quick ones there in the second half before the ankle roll. And but it just, the whole thing of her, what she's able to do, leading your basketball team, distributing the basketball, the right place, the right time, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think Leanne Grider and I probably need to be on alert that Lauren Lee's chasing something. And she's just the type of kid, she just wants to play, she just wants to win, and she's going to do whatever she needs to do. She's really improved her shot this year and does a great job, and she's so smart reading stuff, and we're just blessed. And she's improved her defensive game this year too, and Lauren got in there and rebounds. It's just she's the total package, and we're just blessed. And as good as Lauren is on the floor, she's even better off the floor. She's a great student, a great kid, and we're just blessed to have her.
Caitlin Wilkes, as you mentioned, played well early, played well throughout the game, 16 points, 8 rebounds. She had a couple late there in the middle, Coach, and a lot of times she likes to work off the block, but she's gotten to where she shot that a little more in the middle of the last few games, and I don't know how
I guess you call it a soft hook, maybe,
a
little soft hook, and she uses her body so well, and Kate's so strong, and, it's a nice shot. And I think a couple times we're going to talk about it. Our kids are already retreating because when Sarah shoots a three or Kate shoots that little half hook, everybody thinks it's already in. We've got to at least anticipate a miss.
Yeah.
And but yeah, she's using that in her skill set, and it's nice.
Yeah, those two spoil them a bit. You know, Kayla Luby finishes with 13 and 6. She was 4 of 6 from the field. Caitlin Wilkes, 16 points, 8 rebounds, 7 of 11 from the field. And that's a Cumberland team. Not only are they good defensively, they've got a lot of size they can throw at you.
Yeah.
Brittany Miller is as solid as they get. Tierra Davis, they brought Maya J. Eubanks in late. I mean, they've got some big kids down there to help kind of
athletic kids. You know, with their two guards that they start with, Sexton and Gordon. They do a great job. Rongos is a big kid that can really stretch the floor and do a good job, and Miller is a strong post. I just think they've got a great group. They're unfortunate they don't have one of their best players right now, and one of my favorite players when we're not playing to watch. And she's got an injury and wasn't able to make the trip, but it's a great team. There's no doubt about it. I was really pleased with their defense.
You think about it, this Cumberland team, it's almost hard to process how deep the Mid-South Conference is. They are fighting right now just to host a first-round game, which is almost insane with how good Coach Bloom's team is. Let's talk about the thing that people want to know and they demand the information. Did Courtney Pritchett change out the insoles at halftime?
She better not have. I hung those insoles up, and if she did, she's in trouble. And if she gets in trouble, that'll be her first time. So I did find out last year she went sledding during the snowstorm, so I'm kind of holding that over her head. And then the insoles, there's no excuse for that. No excuse whatsoever. They are horrible. And the fact that she was playing with those in is – now, Whitney Ballinger played with the same pair of shoes for 2 or 3 years. They were broken in, and I understand that, but you got to put insoles in them. And, we're gonna make sure she keeps those.
And we've got a little extra time because of the corporate sponsor recognition here tonight. But that's the next step. I don't know if did you hear Courtney's played in these shoes now. This is the second year.
Right.
And she had taped them. And Caitlin said, if you go out there with tape on those shoes, I'm not taking the floor with you, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
So Courtney found some super glue and super glued the spot
that's
on the
okay.
shoes.
I will say this: our trainer, Derek Port, is the one that super glued the shoes, so he's not just taking care of.
So he's guilty also.
Yes, he is. Derek helped super glue those shoes. So the trainer, he is the jack of all trades, no doubt.
And I was fine with her doing this. This is the line that got me. I think I can get one more year out of them. So those shoes are on borrowed.
We'll take it.
Those shoes are on borrowed time, but she is already looking ahead, thinking she can get one more year out of the tennis shoes.
She gets another year out of those. We'll dip those in gold and store them here in the school.
We might have to. She finishes with ho-hum, 8 points, 3 rebounds. 2 assists tonight. We have a lot of fun with her, but a couple of made 3-point field goals for Courtney, and you can't say enough about her, whether she's wearing brand new shoes or some old ones.
She's the best. We're just so blessed with her and the leadership she brings, and her skill set's just second to none. She works so extremely hard. I just love Courtney and what she does for us.
UT Southern comes here on Saturday. This is tough. It's we talk about some of the scouts, you and I talked to Hootie about them. Sometimes you see these teams within a few weeks of one another. And this one was almost like 2 different seasons. It was your 4th game of the year when you saw Cumberland, your 3rd game of the year when you saw UT. So you're almost starting all over to some degree.
You really are. And then this time of the year you watch their games and you see maybe this kid, their point guard has been injured, so we'll see if she played against Lindsay tonight, and it's questionable whether or not she hops in there, but and he does a really good job with his kids. They play so hard, and it's just a matter of seeing what they bring here on Saturday, but never ever ever is it going to be a pushover with Coach Evans coaching, and we've got to be prepared to play for sure.
Kind of wild. This is your last home and home weekend of the season in January. You do have a couple of home games back to back.
Great coach
I told he jumped in earlier. Dr. Joseph Hopkins jumped in earlier. I told Benji, I said, if he wants the mic, he gets it, right? I mean, it's his. If he wants it.
I think he's got rights to it.
He has a lot of fun, and what's that been like for you? We got a few extra minutes having most of your tenure. We had one president, Dr. Carter, new president, change there in the administration. What's that been like from your standpoint?
Well, from my standpoint, he's been great. We love him. But I think the thing that makes him so special is it matters what I think, but I think if you ask our students what the students think, he is so involved with the kids and so involved in everything on campus. And I mean, they had a birthday party for his dog, for goodness sakes, and Caitlin Wilkes has already got an idea to have a birthday party for her dog, and it's just things to do to incorporate everybody, and it's nice to see him come out and be so. He and his wife both come in and be so. They just injected themselves into this campus, and they've not looked back. We're really blessed with what he's coming in and his leadership.
And it took him a few weeks, I think, on campus, and he had already donned the Claws costume at least once. So that shows you
absolutely.
He's willing to jump in there and have a lot of fun. Coach, congratulations on this one. Let's do it again on Saturday.
All right, thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Lady Tigers back in action on Saturday as they'll take on the Firehawks of UT Southern, victorious here tonight as they knock off Cumberland University in the Powell Center 80-55, the final score. We'll take a look at the final game numbers here quickly. 48% from the field tonight for the Lady Tigers, 28 of 58 overall shooting. They were 47% from long range, so almost just as good from behind the arc. Edward Jones payouts 11 of 23 tonight, almost as good from deep as they were overall from the field this evening. They were 81% at the free throw line. I think they got all the way to the fourth quarter without missing a free throw, did Campbellsville. They were 13 of 16 overall. For Cumberland University tonight, 35.6% shooting. They were 21 of 59, 23% from deep, 3 of 13, 10 of 14 at the free throw line. That's 71%. A game high 16 for Caitlin Wilkes. She continues to lead the Lady Tigers in scoring this season. 16 points, 8 rebounds, 7 of 11 shooting for one of the nation's top field goal percentage shooters. She had an assist, a steal, and a block in this basketball game as well. Campbellsville gets 14 off the bench from Sarah Sutton. Sutton made 4 Edward Jones threes and 7 tries. 13 from Kayla Luby, 6 rebounds, 4 of 6 shooting for Luby. She was 5 of 6 at the line. 10 points for Elizabeth Bertram this evening, 2 assists. Bertram knocked in a couple of Edward Jones 3-point field goals. 8 each for Maddie Boyle and Courtney Pritchett. They each knocked in 2 3-point field goals. Pritchett finishing with 3 rebounds and 2 assists. Boyle, 4 rebounds, 2 dimes for the Lady Tigers tonight. 7 for Lauren Lee. She had 7 points on 2 of 6 shooting. She chipped in 11 helpers here this evening, 2 off her career best. Benji and Kelly and I were having some fun there. Ginger High Colvin, 16, set the record. Leanne Grider tied it at Lindsey Wilson College during her playing days, and she and Coach share that mark there with 16. 2 each for Briante Gowdy and Bailey Pettigo tonight, and the only Tiger to see time fail to score was Maddie Nally. Cumberland was led by Brittany Miller, 11 points tonight for Miller. They got 8 from Kayla Gordon and Abby Morgan. 7 points each from Kiara Sexton and Elena Rongos. Rongos had 6 rebounds to lead the way for Cumberland University. 6 points for Lauren King this evening. 4 points from Aya Jones. Maya J. Eubanks and Kennedy Powell had 2 each for Cumberland U. Rebounding, Campbellsville wins the battle on the glass 33-23. The Lady Tigers finished with 7 offensive rebounds, 5 of them for Cumberland University. Campbellsville, 25 assists, 7 steals, 10 turnovers. 10 assists, 4 steals, 10 turnovers for the Cumberland Phoenix. Enhanced scoring here. Campbellsville in the paint, 28-24. The advantage off turnovers, 17-0 in favor of the Lady Tigers. Second chance points, 4-2 in favor of Cumberland. And bench points, 39-16. So nearly half of the Lady Tigers' total points comes off its bench. 39-16, the advantage there. No ties, no lead changes. Campbellsville led the entire way. The largest lead for Campbellsville was 26 points inside of 4 minutes to play in the basketball game. And that's where this one draws to a close. Again, your final score, 80-55. The Lady Tigers victorious over Cumberland University. We've had our corporate sponsor recognition here this evening. We certainly thank all of those folks who helped to sponsor Campbellsville University and Campbellsville University Athletics. Always nice to honor those fine individuals and businesses that do that. We certainly send our heartfelt thanks to them. We will step away here. We'll transition over to men's coverage in just a moment. The Lady Tigers victorious. The Tigers coming up. You're following Tiger basketball on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm going to take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you. Get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
As a dad, every day is a challenge. To make sure that the time that I have, I spend with them. It doesn't matter how tired you are, you have to try to teach them. When they learn something new, and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible, she must be a keeper.
Tigers and Phoenix coming your way now as Campbellsville University gets set to host Cumberland U on the men's side of things in the Mid-South Conference. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly here with you. The Lady Tigers victorious in the first half of this doubleheader, and we'd love, Benji, to see a Tiger and Lady Tiger doubleheader sweep. And behind the scenes, we have to say thank you to Michaela Jarman. She keeps everything running here at the table. Been quite an addition to the university staff, and she'll head over full time, I think, to your department.
I'm hoping so.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
that'll
so,
be
yeah.
That'll be cool stuff. We'll see how that plays out. But Campbellsville tonight, Benji, entering play 7-11 on the year. Been a tough season for Coach Brent Vernon, to say the least. They've been knocking on the door. They hit 3 points. The loss at Bethel, is one thing after another. It's shorthanded. Is what it is. They continue to battle, though, and I think that's the best that you can hope for, even when things aren't going your way. They haven't thrown in the towel by any stretch. At number 8, Freed Hardman on Saturday, and they get gapped there in the first half. Freed, they had a kid hitting shots from the volleyball line. That's no joke. He hit 2 from the volleyball line, and you just kind of scratch your head
and say, what do you do?
It's going to be one of those nights. They come back and played really well in the second half against Freed Hardman. It's a Freed Hardman team that they had chances at against here. Cumberland University got them down there in their place, and it was 4 minutes. Coach and I talked about this on Tiger Timeout this week, and it's funny how basketball, you can play a 40-minute game, but the game can truly be decided in a very short period
window
of time. And it was at the end of the first half. Cumberland hit some shots. Tyler Bird, to his credit, hit big shots for the Phoenix down there. And you kind of looked up, and all of a sudden what was a 2-3 point game, all of a sudden it was 11 or 12, and it made things really tough on this Tiger bunch.
It does, and that's, a lot of times you see that, especially in the higher conferences. You got those 4-minute timeouts. They basically play them in 4-minute windows, and that's basically what got Campbellsville down there. The rest of the game, 36 minutes, it was even the whole time. So, Campbellsville obviously, we're struggling. Let's call it what it is. We need something good to happen. And it would be great for us to come out here today and beat a really good ball club against a well-coached ball club in Jeremy Lewis.
Tyler Bird in that first meeting for Cumberland University led them. He had 18 points. He had 5 guys in double figures. Bird, Tyreek Johnson, TJ Stargell, Jordan Stevens, and also Jalen Negron in double figures. For Campbellsville, Malachi D'Souza led the way. Jarius Key had 15 for the Tigers that day. Isaac Stevens, they've got Jordan Stevens and Isaac Stevens. Isaac Stevens, longtime player there for the Phoenix. He didn't play in that matchup. He's got one of the best nicknames in the league, probably in the NAIA. They call him I-40 since Interstate 40 runs right through. He wears number 40. It's really cool. I don't know if John Boyce gave him that or where that came from, but it's a really, really cool nickname. But
take it and run with it.
Yeah, for sure. And but anyway, Stevens didn't play 2 times. He's been a member of the Mid-South Conference All-Conference team's first team, and an honorable mention as well. As he's a big piece of this. So these 2 teams, it's going to be a little different. Cumberland working in a couple of transfers, so that meeting back in November going to be vastly different from what we see tonight.
It can, much like how the earlier game between the Lady Tigers and the Cumberland Lady Phoenix, played such a long ago. Both teams are much different now, and same thing can happen here this evening. So talking with Coach Vernon earlier today, obviously this Cumberland team, they like to pressure the ball, very aggressive on the defensive end. So we got to make sure we take care of the ball, handle their their pressure against us. And then on our defensive end, we got to make sure that we guard the ball. They're going to do a lot of pick and rolling, and how you defend that is going to be key. And then transition defense and rebounding. Don't give up those extra opportunities. And we say that almost every game, but reality, you've got to do that every game. You got to take care of business when those little things, and they add up.
The funny thing, you look at the numbers that make this they're almost identical in a lot of ways. And Cumberland University 10-8 on the season overall. They're 7-6 in conference play. The Tigers 7-11, 2-10 in conference play. But you look at the points per game, the field goal percentage, 3-point percentage is an area, 5 percentage points that Cumberland is significantly better. Free throws almost even, rebounds almost even. The Tigers share it a little better based on the averages, about 4 more, let's say 3.5 more assists a game. A couple more turnovers for CU. Takeaways in favor of Cumberland. But a lot of these numbers, Benji, points per game within 1.5 points. It's just funny how things work out sometimes.
It is. And, it's all about matchups. And like you said, the earlier game down there this year, or late last year, 36 minutes, it was fairly even. You just had that 4-minute window where Cumberland was able to extend that thing. And, you just look back on it and say, okay, well, if we would have played a little differently, the end result may have been different. And I think that's kind of the story of Campbellsville this year. Several games had a little window where we just kind of lost a little bit, and that was the difference in the ball game.
We are a few minutes here from tip-off. We'll get you starting lineups and all of that. When we come back here, we'll step away, take a timeout, and get you ready for tip-off of the starters. When we return, you're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Getting set for the starters here at the Powell Athletic Center. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly with you as Campbellsville plays host to Cumberland University at the Powell Center. Trying to get the stats page has not went live yet. Benji, they're going to run me down to the wire looking down at the other end trying to get Cumberland University's starters. I may have to just go right off of Mr. Corbin Harris here as he calls them out. I could pick out a few of those gentlemen down there, but there's maybe two I can't really get a look at just yet, but we'll get to these starting lineups here as Campbellsville will go with a lot of the usual suspects here over the last few games. There's one change, however, so we'll roll through them here for Cumberland's. TJ Stargell, 6 foot, a redshirt junior guard from Stone Mountain, Georgia. And Demarius Boyd, 6 foot, a redshirt sophomore guard from Haywood, Tennessee. Jordan Stevens, 6'3", a senior guard from Macon, Georgia. Tyler Bird, 6'4", a redshirt senior guard from Chattanooga, Tennessee. And Isaac Stevens, 6'7", a senior forward from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Jeremy Lewis, the head coach in his 5th year, assisted by Eric Evans. Lewis played for Cumberland University there after transferring in during his playing days. For Coach Brent Vernon in his 7th season, 109 wins on the ledger, assisted by his older brother Mark, Peyton Holsey as well, and Alec Williams. They send out Jace Wallace, 6'6", a junior forward from Lexington, Kentucky. Making his first start for the Tigers is Zach Travis, 6'3", a freshman guard from Somerset, Kentucky. Keyston Brown, 6'1", a junior guard from Lexington, Kentucky. Malachi D'Souza, 6'6", a senior forward from Beacon, New York. And rounding out the thriving starting lineup presented by Quentin Ford is Malik Muhammad, 6'9", a senior center from Los Angeles, California. The Tigers tonight in the home whites. Tigers across the chest in maroon. Maroon numerals, black trim for CU. For Cumberland University, Cumberland across the chest. And white numerals, white trim for Cumberland. Campbellsville will go left to right here. Right to left in the first half. Cumberland will go left to right. And we are ready to get underway. The Tigers and Phoenix meeting for the 47th time all time. Tigers lead the series 30-16. They'd like to pick up win number 31 in the series tonight. Tap is controlled by Campbellsville, and they'll go to work first. Keyston Brown to Muhammad, now Travis, back to Brown on the right wing. 15 to shoot. Boyd, one of those transfers, defending Brown. Driving is D'Souza into the corner, now in line. Brown underneath, has Muhammad, goes up, shot won't go, but he does draw the foul. An early foul will go against Cumberland University, and that's on Isaac Stevens, so that's something to monitor here, Benji, as Stevens, their best low post presence, picks up an early foul. Muhammad at the line here.
It was a great penetration there by Brown to find Muhammad. Actually had sealed on the opposite block, and just a nice play there.
Muhammad hits the first free throw. Second free throw on the way. That's good. So Malik gets both. 2-0. The Tigers lead it. Boyd the basketball here. As Boyd was in the starting lineup. Stargell was, there's Stargell. I was looking for him. I couldn't find him. Boyd brought it up that first trip. Stargell, I believe their all-time assist leader at Cumberland University. Left side, Boyd the basketball, splits a couple of defenders, throws up a jumper off the baseline. That's good for Demarius Boyd, the transfer from Walter State. Campbellsville the other way as we're tied 2 apiece. Travis leaves it here with Jace Wallace. Wallace on the dribble, into the corner, Travis. Now D'Souza inside, has Brown. Brown going to try to flip one up. An offensive foul will be called against Keyston Brown here.
Yeah, Keyston should have done a little jump stop there, a little bit out of control. Good defense by Cumberland, but jump stop there and just do a 8 to 10 footer, and he's pretty good at knocking those down.
I think that's exactly what Coach Vernon said. Jump stop and leave it off to Malik is exactly what Coach B said.
Be a little under control there.
2 apiece. Cumberland with a chance to take their first lead of the basketball game. Nice hedge out front by Malik Muhammad. Left side, Boyd. Inside, Isaac Stevens working against Muhammad. Back out. Bird the basketball. And now Boyd again a hedge by Malik. He'll try to get back. Nice job. Stevens leaves it off for the other Stevens. That's Jordan Stevens to Isaac Stevens.
Yeah, just good basketball right there. Good penetration and kickoff to the open man.
Jordan Stevens, their leading scorer at 16 points a basketball game. Keyston Brown out front. Isaac Stevens falls down. Travis in the corner trying to get back as Cumberland. They're out of sorts, and D'Souza fumbles the pass, but then fortunately for Campbellsville, Isaac Stevens fumbled it as well.
Yeah.
You could see Malachi just frustrated with himself. He tried to move before he caught it there,
Yeah.
Benji, the old adage. He was ready to deck it and get by the big man.
He was ready to move. He was ready to move.
Wallace inside working against Stargell, spins away, shot no good. Muhammad tapped it but couldn't control it. Jordan Stevens leaves it ahead with Stargell to the front court. Cumberland University, the basketball on the wing left side. 3 on the way, in and out for Tyler Bird. Campbellsville the rebound. We're stuck on 2s here. D'Souza gonna go up. Blocking foul and 1 for Malachi D'Souza.
Yeah, great job of Malachi to attack the rim like that, get him back, and that's the point of emphasis. We got to get a couple transition baskets like that. Great job.
So that foul, I believe, was on Boyd. Benji, is that correct?
I think
Demarius
so.
Boyd?
It's, yes, Demarius Boyd.
That is the first on Boyd, second on Cumberland U. Free throw here by D'Souza.
There we go.
Is good. So 3-point trip for the Tigers.
Good for him to see one go through.
Absolutely.
He's looking at Coach Payton there.
Yeah, he's worked hard at it. The other day, Coach Vernon told me in practice, Malachi at 44 of 50, I think.
It's a mental thing.
In the game, it's just tough on him. Stevens, free throw line, leaves it off for Isaac Stevens. Little finger roll good for Isaac Stevens.
There's that pick and roll we were talking about. It's hard to defend.
Wallace tries to feed one in. May have been kicked. Wallace going to keep it alive. Goes up through some contact. No good. Muhammad knocks it out of the arms of Boyd. It'll go out of play and to Cumberland University. So Isaac Stevens with a couple of buckets here. Demarius Boyd has a field goal as well. Stargell behind the back. That is fancy right there. TJ Stargell with a nice pass behind the back. Finds a cutting Isaac Stevens. Check that. That was Jordan Stevens. I'll get these guys mixed up all night long.
That's a little John Wall action right there.
8-5, Cumberland a 3-point advantage. Campbellsville trying to get into their offensive set here. Muhammad out front, holds it, waits. Now Brown on the right side, gets the screen. Muhammad going to roll. Jumper for KB is good.
Yeah, KB, when he's much more in control like that, he's so effective. Nice little job off the screen, an 18-footer.
Jordan Stevens out front, bounces to Bird. Bird going to work against D'Souza. Nearly lost his footing. Fall away shot no good. Jace Wallace the rebound for Campbellsville. They can reclaim the lead here. Wallace going to drive at Stevens. He's bumped. Blocking foul called here on Jordan Stevens. Nice job by Campbellsville here early, Benji, to be really aggressive for the most part.
Well, and that's, you got to take advantage of opportunities like that, especially when in transition. And we saw D'Souza get a 3-point play there. That time it was Jace Wallace taking advantage. The numbers were there, and he took advantage of it.
16-15 to play in the half. Campbellsville trailing by a point. They've got the basketball here as D'Souza will work against Nasir Coleman, who's coming off the bench here tonight. Coleman blocked that shot. It goes out of play off of Cumberland U. Coleman, he got that on the way up. Never let Malik get that up over the head or shoulder. Coleman, 6'6" senior forward from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Brown looking, pitch it into the corner to Wallace, and he stepped on the sideline. We saw that a few times this weekend at Bethel and Cumberland U, and I still think, Benji, at times teams forget that 3-point line pushes
extended. It takes a while to get adjusted to that.
Jalen Negron into the lineup for Coach Jeremy Lewis, 6'2" junior guard from Clarksville, Tennessee. He's got the basketball out front. Coleman leaves it with Jordan Stevens. Now into the corner. That is Tyreek Johnson, 6'6" junior guard from Chester, Pennsylvania. Coleman back to the basket, working against Muhammad. Lost the handle, but stays with it and gets the little hook shot there.
Yeah, good strong move there. I mean, it's good defense as well. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat.
D'Souza behind the back. Defender falls down. That's Tyreek Johnson.
The student section loves that.
They like that. D'Souza in, spinning, steps through, shot will, Malachi thought he was fouled, no call there. 10-7, Cumberland the lead.
They're letting them play a little bit.
So for the Tigers, you've still got that starting lineup out there. Wallace, Travis Brown, D'Souza, and Muhammad. Johnson to Jordan Stevens. And now Stargell out front, the basketball. Stargell working at the elbow, left side, back out, open shooter is Tyreek Johnson. 3 on the way is good for Tyreek Johnson, averaging 11 points per ball game. About 29% on the season from deep. 13-7, Tigers trail by 6. D'Souza is fouled here by Stargell. First on TJ Stargell, 4th on Cumberland U. Javon Smith going to check in here for Campbellsville, 6'2" sophomore guard from Bardstown, Kentucky. Zach Travis will get a breather. Brown pitches it in here to Wallace. Out front, Brown, little ball fake, spinning, kicking, corner. Smith, 3, that is long. Ball batted out. Wallace going to go right at Johnson. Finger roll, good for Jace Wallace.
Nice move there. Way to follow the shot there, Jace Wallace, and they get the rebound and put it back.
Stargell out front. Now Negron working in against Smith. Johnson working against Wallace, who goes to the deck, and shot good for Tyreek Johnson. I thought we might get the benefit of that call there.
Well, and there's actually was 2 fouls there. Push off, and then I thought Malik actually fouled him. So they're letting them play here this afternoon.
15-9, 14-15 to play in the first half. D'Souza into the corner, Smith. Now D'Souza back to the basket, working against Coleman. Double team comes, pitches it out to Wallace. Wallace inside, steps through, bump, foul called once again. Campbellsville's done a nice job here as they went to the rim, drawing contact. They are creeping up on the bonus here with 14 minutes to play in the half. Jace Wallace will go to the free throw line here. And for Campbellsville, the free throw percentage not great, but they've struggled a bit at times offensively. So anytime you get a chance to go to the line with the clock stopped, not a bad thing.
Absolutely. Jace Wallace on the year, 63.5%. Missed that first one there, but I love this aggressiveness of this Campbellsville team. It's something we haven't seen. We've seen it at times throughout the year, but really think that if they can do that, to get a confidence seeing the ball go through the rim and not just rely on those jump shots from the perimeter.
So Wallace gets 1 of 2. It's a 15-10 score. Campbellsville will send Jordan Graham into the lineup. JG, 6'3" freshman guard from Winchester, Kentucky.
Look, I saw his family just
came in, or no, his dad did. I saw Robbie. And Robbie normally sits on that other side with all the students here tonight. Here's a 3 by Jordan Stevens that is good. A timeout taken by Campbellsville as they mixed up the assignment defensively, and Jordan Stevens sinks the 3-point field goal. 41% on the year. He's a guy that the Tigers do not want to give open looks to. 18-10. The score here early. Cumberland University with the advantage, and the Phoenix already hitting a couple of 3-point field goals. Benji, one from Tyreek Johnson and one from Jordan Stevens.
Well, they're shooting the ball 80% from the field compared to Campbellsville 37. Campbellsville fortunate to only be down 8, and that's the reason we've been to the free throw line 5 times already, hit 4 or 5.
Tigers, here's one of their buckets earlier, I believe, or at least that was the one where the defender kind of stumbled down. Back to work here for Campbellsville. Well, full court pressure applied. Wallace goes long to Javon Smith. Wallace out front with the basketball. Milburn with it. Jay Milburn checked in a moment ago. Here's a 3 from Wallace. Bang! Jace Wallace and Edward Jones pay out. He gets the answer.
That's a big bucket right there. Get this thing down to 5.
Inside, Stargell stops. He needs some help. Throws it away. Will it go out of bounds? No. That's a nice job by Jordan Stevens to race that down. Negron has it near side right in front of us. On the end line. This is Coleman working against Milburn. He walked, and there's the whistle. As Milburn, the 6'8" freshman forward from Campbellsville, Kentucky, did a nice job there.
Good defense by the freshman there, Jay Milburn. I tell you what, you can just tell each and every game he's getting more confident. The game slowed down for him, and I tell you, big things expected from Jay Milburn.
Chandler Clements, 6'7" junior forward from Clementsville, Tennessee, in there for CU. Wallace out, Milburn 3. Bang! Yeah, Jay Milburn out top. Timeout taken by Jeremy Lewis, the head coach of Cumberland University as the Tigers with a couple of big buckets. They were down 18-16. That three-point ball, the great equalizer. Benji Kelly,
really
they get
is.
the two back.
You know, you got two threes on Cumberland's side, and then Campbellsville steps up here and hit a nice couple back-to-back threes. Edward Jones is in the house. We recognized them earlier, so let's get into that pocketbook a little more.
Get into that pocketbook. 18-16. The Tigers trailing by 2 here. A brief conversation there from Coach Brent Vernon. As you know, Benji, as a player, when things are going well, and what do you want to hear from your coach in certain scenarios? Right here, the Campbellsville Tigers, you're down, you hit a couple shots. What's the message like here? You try to
keep
build
it going.
on this.
Absolutely. You know, remember what that feels like and build on it. I mean, right now we got the hot hand, doing it on the defensive end as well. So let's keep the momentum going.
Campbellsville drawing to within 2 off the 2 made Edward Jones threes. Inside, Johnson runs over Graham, and it's an offensive foul on Tyreek Johnson. So the Tigers now are in the bonus the rest of the way.
12 minutes and 39 seconds to go.
Isaac Stevens going to re-enter here for Tyreek Johnson. You know, Jeremy Lewis, a couple of transfers eligible. And
mid-year,
that is always
huge.
tough.
It is.
It's good. You get more players, but you're trying to work them in. Demarius Boyd in the starting lineup here tonight. So we'll see how Coach Lewis.
Well, it gives you extra bodies, but also the camaraderie and the gel of a team.
Inside, this pass deflected and stolen. Tigers are trying to get it to Jay Milburn. All got poked around. Negron to Coleman. Now left side, Stargell. Nice job by Campbellsville, nearly a takeaway. Coleman on the end line. He'll drive inside, spinning, leaves it off for Stevens. Nearly has it taken away. Blocked by Milburn. Wallace gets a hand on it now. Campbellsville to the front court with a basketball. A chance to tie, and Wallace too strong, looking for Jay Milburn. And Wallace will get his first breather here. 12:03 to play in the first half. Campbellsville's had a couple chances to tie it or take the lead. Nice job by Milburn down here on the defensive end to erase that Stevens shot. Next stoppage will bring us to a media timeout here. Jordan Stevens. It's the screen out front. Now Coleman. Stargell working. Stargell step back jumper on the way. That is strong, and the rebound to Milburn. He hands it quickly to Jordan Graham. Graham right side, trailer. Clements won't shoot it. Feeds one back inside. Graham out to Brown. Now Milburn. Clements again on the wing. Decks it, drives in. Graham on the end line. Baseline jumper hits the side of the backboard. Campbellsville comes up empty once again. Negron, trailer here is Coleman. Negron going to drive right at Milburn. Spinning turnaround jumper is good for Jalen Negron.
A good defense there by Milburn. And Campbellsville down here on the offensive end, man, they were moving the ball like crazy, but just an unfortunate shot there by Graham.
Campbellsville the basketball. Brown forced over to the right. Brown has it back, working off the paint, needs some help. Looking for Milburn. Ball gets tapped away by Isaac Stevens. 5 to shoot. Brown works right side. Going to take the pull-up, fall-away shot. Good for KB. Houston Brown, that fall-away jumper.
That's a big bucket right there.
Jordan Stevens inside has Isaac Stevens. Blocked again by Jay Milburn. Return to sender.
There we go. Jay Milburn being active on both ends of the court here. Campbellsville a chance to take the lead.
Into the corner, Smith. Out top. Now Brown, less than 10.5 minutes to play. First half, Brown feeds one through to Milburn. Corner, Smith, 3. Bang! Javon Smith and Edward Jones pay out. The Tigers lead it by a single point.
Great ball movement by the Tigers there. Open Smith in the corner. Good to see him back.
21-20, Campbellsville the lead. Out front, Coleman. Right side, Stargell working off the screen. Straight away, Stevens. Here's Jordan Stevens. Stops at the free throw line. Jumper on the way, good. Campbellsville gets caught up there in traffic, and Jordan Stevens hits the mid-range shot. Still waiting on our media stoppage here, Benji. We played a couple of minutes clean.
I think Mark Vernon wanted to call a timeout there, and Brent called him off of it.
Keyston Brown driving, kicking. Graham, corner, triple, short. Brown the rebound, leaves it for Clements, up off the window, good.
Yeah, good second effort there by Tigers. Keyston was in the right place at the right time. A nice little tip to Clements for the putback.
Stargell out front, 23-22, 9:24 to play in the first half. Negron out to Stevens. It's Isaac Stevens. Now Coleman, the ball fake. Going to drive in against Clements. Nearly lost the handle. Gets Clements in the air. He missed the shot. Coleman had some separation, missed it. Jordan Graham the other way. He'll call for the Milburn screen. Works to the right side. Milburn pops, but Coleman hangs out with him. Now Brown, left wing. KB waits for Milburn. 15 to shoot. Less than 9 minutes to play in the half. Brown is fouled. These, let's see, these will be free throws for Keaston Brown here. 1-and-1 situation for the Tigers. Foul will go against Jordan Stevens, and that's his second, Benji. So we'll see if Coach Lewis elects to take his leading scorer out of the lineup here for a bit. As we reach the stoppage, 23-22, the Tigers lead by a point. Keaston Brown at the free throw line when we get back, 8:50 to play in the first half. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men, take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money. She's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
The Tigers lead Cumberland University, 8:50 to play in the first half. Matt Payton and the former Tiger, the Hall of Famer Benji Kelly here as Campbellsville trying to pull off a win tonight over Cumberland University, and a guy having a large role in this early, Jay Milburn. Benji Kelly, you see the three there if you're following along on our video coverage tonight through our streaming platforms or local cable, and boy, he's been perfect for Campbellsville tonight. Couple of blocks, some big rebounds. Man, he's fun to watch.
Yeah, he really is. Here's the thing. The last 4 or 5 games, you can just tell the confidence is increased in Jay Milburn. The game's kind of slowed down a little bit for him, the transition from high school to college. You know, against Wilberforce, I think the other night he had, 21 points, and that just kind of gave him the confidence. It's continued on. But what I'm most impressed about is on the defensive end is how quick he is on the defensive end to be able to get block shots, but not only that, get down on the offensive end and be able to be contribute in the play. Really exciting to watch him play.
The Tigers, a couple of really nice freshmen in this class there with him and Zach Travis, who started the game tonight. Keaston Brown hits the first free throw. He earns the second. Malik Muhammad back in there. You know, one thing we hadn't mentioned, and this is kind of a late development, I was telling you this before the games tonight, Javon Smith hit that three earlier.
Yeah.
He's been playing. He needs glasses or contacts or something. And so
I tell you, it makes a difference.
Goggles will be the second free throw good for Keaston Brown, but Javon's goggles are supposed to be here tomorrow with the prescription lenses, and that who knows what that may do for that young man.
Well, I'll tell you, my freshman year I didn't have contacts. My sophomore year, the goal's much clearer.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And
there we
turnover
go.
as Cumberland sent one of those transfers I mentioned earlier, Jameer Reed, 6'5", redshirt sophomore forward from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Send him into the lineup. Turnover there. So the Tigers have a chance to extend here. I believe 3 is their largest lead. Malik Muhammad out front. They've not really been able to get the big man going. Backdoor, threads the needle to Wallace. Between two players, he gets the finish. Malik Muhammad the find.
What a pass by Muhammad there, and even better, what a catch and put up by Wallace.
27-22. Coleman out of the wing. The screen. Negron drives in. Oh, bumped by Malik Muhammad. This will be a foul on the Tigers' big man, I believe, and it will send Jalen Negron to the free throw line here.
Okay, Matt, that is actually a 17-4 run that Campbellsville's been on about the last 5 or 6 minutes.
So they were down 18-10.
Yeah.
And a couple of free throws a couple of big threes by Campbellsville. And come back, take the lead by 5 here. First free throw for Negron is good. That's 69% or so on the season, and the second good as well. Back to a three-point margin, 27-24. Keaston Brown bounces to Clements. Wallace off the wing, inside looking for Muhammad. Ball gets knocked out of bounds, and Coleman able to race that down. The Tigers were trying to let it go, but give credit to Coleman. Jameer Reed with it. Into the corner, Bird, now Stargell. Coleman again. And left side, Reed working against Smith. Reed nearly lost his footing. Bird has it at the elbow. Bird going to take the pull-up jumper. That is strong. Rebound to Coleman. Nobody there to grab the rebound for the Tigers. And Nasir Coleman, he's kind of a trash man. Coleman not going to finesse you, but he will out-hustle you all day long. Keaston Brown tries to save one in bounds and does.
Good effort there by Brown to save it behind the back pass to Muhammad. So good defense there by Campbellsville, even though they gave up that offensive rebound.
Brown to Wallace on the right wing. Back to Keaston Brown. It's quickly going to come and help should Muhammad get an entry. Smith driving in and circles back out. Smith working against Reed. Out to Brown, the right side, long three. Bang! Keaston Brown and Edward Jones pay out from deep.
He was way downtown there, and you can tell that confidence is oozing from Keaston Brown. Great effort. Campbellsville 4 of 6 from downtown.
30-24. Nasir Coleman holds it. Muhammad will back away, inviting the jumper. Coleman gives it to Bird. Now Stargell. Coleman again. Down the block. Back out top, Negron, nice step back jumper off the mark. Coleman taps it up into the air. Wallace and Reed collide. Now Negron finds himself open as the Tigers are trying to match up. Ball deflected, Negron spills to the floor.
That's got to be 3 seconds.
And they end up throwing it out of bounds. So Campbellsville will get the turnover. Anyway, Jalen Negron unhappy. He thought he was fouled.
Well, he may have been, but I tell you what, the refs are letting them play a little bit here. But last 2 times down the court, Campbellsville's fortunate, giving up that extra offensive rebound and to come away with a turnover.
Jay Milburn going to re-enter here for CU as Malik Muhammad will exit. 30-24 the score. 6:10 to play in the first half. Brown works off the D'Souza screen. Malachi checking in a moment ago. D'Souza nearly has it knocked away by Coleman, and Milburn looking for D'Souza, and it goes out of bounds. I think Jay thought maybe Malachi was going to sag off to the wing a bit, and Kai cut the paint. And Campbellsville kind of lobbying that ball may have been deflected. I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either, yeah.
But we have reached our second media timeout here with 5:57 to play in the first half. Campbellsville 6-point advantage, 30-24. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
30-24, the Tigers lead Cumberland University here at the Powell Center. Matt Payton, Midgie Kelly with you as these two teams shoot it very well. Both teams up over 50%. The Tigers hovering around 59% at the moment. Cumberland University 52.5% from the field. Keaston Brown late in the shot clock a moment ago hits a deep three-point field goal. And here in the early going, Benji, a little back and forth between these two clubs. Some exciting basketball to say the least.
Very exciting basketball. You know, Campbellsville, as you said, got down 18-10, but has really been on a run, a 20-6 run, probably over the last 6-7 minutes. Now we got to finish this 5 minutes, 57 seconds left here in the first half. Let's go ahead and finish strong here.
Tigers with 9 rebounds, just 4 rebounds for Cumberland U. So that certainly positive here, Campbellsville. Zach Travis back into the Campbellsville lineup. Here's a jumper off the end line from Reed, no good. Rebound taken in by CU. Campbellsville will push. Wallace now will back away and call out the set here for the Tigers. D'Souza catches, faces up with Bird off the three-point line. Milburn on the right wing, can't shoot it, instead dumps it off. Wallace as they switch. We'll see if they can exploit the mismatch inside. Wallace cutting, Travis leaves it, Milburn underneath. 2 more for the Tigers, nice offense.
Yeah, great unselfish offense right there. Nice move, Travis to Milburn.
That's if that's hockey. If that's hockey, Jace gets an assist too.
He does. That's a double assist, yeah.
Out front, Bird the basketball. Wanted Stargell on the back door. Nice job by Keyston Brown just to stay close enough to take that away. Coleman going to take the mid-range jumper. That is off the mark. Rebound batted out long. Milburn collects it. Here is Jace Wallace. Wallace off the right side, three-point, beyond the three-point arc, down to the inline. Milburn, one dribble, back to Wallace, bluffs the shot. De Sousa there. Now Wallace skips it into the corner. Brown, three. No, that's Travis. No good. Milburn couldn't catch it clean. A chance at an offensive rebound. Instead, Stargell brings Cumberland the other way. Right side, Reed wants the entry. Poked away by Milburn, but they'll call a foul on the Tiger freshman here. Jay Milburn coming over the top. A little too much contact there. And Isaac Stevens will re-enter. Demarius Boyd back in. Reed and Stargell will get breathers. Jalen Negron back into the lineup as well. Tyler Bird will check out. I think it was Chris Bird, the guy that played at Life last year.
He did.
Here's a pass by Negron. Is knocked away, but Negron stayed with it. Travis knocked the pass up into the air. Negron collected it, pitched it back up, but off the mark. Campbellsville, the front court. They lead by 8, 32-24. Wallace into the corner, Brown. Back to Wallace, left side to Sousa. He'll deck it, spin away, middle. Now Travis cuts into the corner. Milburn, three on the way. Just off the mark, a little short. And the rebound to Cumberland U. Travis has made a couple of nice passes down that inline driving. Coleman inside, contested shot, no good. Rebound to Stevens, put back good for Isaac Stevens. I mentioned the Tigers did a good job on the boards. That time, Isaac Stevens gets the second chance points. Tigers call out the offense here. Keyston Brown on the dribble, left side to Sousa. De Sousa holds it. Now Milburn straight away. One dribble, fakes the handoff. Brown has it. Brown into the middle. Goes up, tries a little reverse, and the ball is knocked out of bounds. Shot was blocked there. Keyston really had nowhere else to go with it. 7 to shoot here as TJ Stargell will re-enter for Cumberland University. Campbellsville led by 8 a moment ago at 6 as they'll inbound. 3:23 to play in the half. Brown smacks the basketball, has De Sousa right side, hesitates, some contact, shot up off the window, no matter. Malachi De Sousa gets the tough end.
Yeah, way to go up strong there, Malachi. Play through the contact. He probably got fouled, but I really love that effort right there.
Well, the outcome probably better for Kai than going to the line.
Absolutely.
And I don't mean that as a shot. He's just struggled there, and he'd be the first to admit it. Left wing, Johnson rips through, goes right at De Sousa. I think it was too far underneath, but Stevens kept that alive for Cumberland U, and now De Sousa steals it. Stargell wanted Johnson in the corner. De Sousa at Stargell, steps through, off the window, good. The Tigers lead by 10.
There, a little Euro step there by De Sousa. You can just tell this Campbellsville team the confidence they have right now.
36-26. Off the wing, it's Boyd working in. Going to take the pull-up Jay. That is good. Demarius Boyd's in a few of those today.
Yeah, that's a big bucket right there for Cumberland to get this thing back down to single digits.
And Coach Brent Burning wants a
good
timeout.
Good
with
timeout
2:24 to play in the half. He'll give his guys a little bit of time to catch their breath. And it's a full timeout taken by the Tigers, who still at this point shooting it very well, 59% for Coach Vernon's club. We'll step away, take a timeout ourselves. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
36-28 our score. The Tigers lead by 8 over Cumberland University here in this Mid-South Conference matchup. Cumberland took the first meeting between the two clubs this season. Campbellsville trying to even it up here with the victory tonight here. The Malachi de Sousa Euro step pushing Campbellsville up a bit there, and they've just not been able to play from out in front very often, Benji, and that always helps.
It does.
It just kind of relaxes everything a little bit, and we'll see if they can close this half strong.
You're exactly right, Matt. It just kind of relaxes you and allows you to get in the normal flow of a game.
Wallace wants to drive. He's cut off there by Stevens. Now starts back up again. Here, Graham driving in. He'll go the right hand shot, no good. Jordan Graham battling, had it knocked out of his arms on what appeared to be an offensive rebound for Graham. Here's Demarius Boyd the other way. Boyd lost the handle. Jordan Graham has it for Campbellsville, and he'll work across the timeline and slow down. Jace Wallace now on the logo will call out the play here. Wallace goes opposite the screen, lost the handle, taps it to De Sousa, and sometimes better lucky than good. The Tigers get 2 more.
Yeah, very fortunate there to come away with 2 points. I thought we were going to work the shot clock a little more, but at the end of the day, it's a bucket. That's what it counts.
Wallace kind of lost it on the way through, just tapped it over to De Sousa, and Malachi able to pitch it in. Negron out front, can't shoot it. Nice closeout by Graham. Johnson on the inline, ball fake. Leaves it off for Stevens, and Malachi de Sousa had the ball clean up top, but he kind of came down on the back of Isaac Stevens, and this will send the senior from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, to the free throw line.
57% free throw shooter on the year.
Southpaw's first free throw on the way. That is hard. 38-28 remains the score. 1:25 to play here in the first half. You'd love to see for Cumberland, they're hoping to get this to 5 or 6. For Campbellsville, you'd like it to be 13 or 14.
13 or 14, absolutely.
Free throw number 2 is good. So Stevens gets 1 of 2. 9-point game here. See if the Tigers can extend here. A field goal would be their largest lead of the ball game. Wallace on the left side. They want Muhammad, having a hard time getting it to him, and oh my goodness, they're going to call an offensive foul on Malik Muhammad, working for position.
Wow.
And so
that's a frustrating call right there.
Yeah,
bad call.
Stevens beating and banging on one another. If anything, maybe give them a double. I don't know.
Well,
it's
hard play on.
Yeah. 9-point Tiger lead. Stevens out to Boyd, 3 on the way. It looked good from here. He left it short. It was dead on the money in terms of being on lines. De Sousa, far side, spinning through. Contact good from Malachi De Sousa.
Oh, my.
Have yourself an evening, young man. 40-29. The Tigers would love another stop right here. Negron's pull-up is good.
That's a big bucket right there. Once again, and get it back down to single digits, but Campbellsville a chance here, Matt. Milk the clock here and go into the halftime with at least a 9-point lead.
40-31. There's about, Benji, maybe three and a half seconds or so the difference. Wallace out front. Little zone look here defensively. They'll try to mix it up. Wallace works right side into the corner. Smith 3. That is no good. Strong. Coleman the rebound. 5 seconds. Negron at midcourt. Thought about it. Now takes the 3. No good. It hit the front of the iron to the backboard. Pops off. And that would have had Cumberland to that 6-point range I mentioned. Thankfully, Negron missed the shot. I thought Smith had canned one out of that far corner. Just off the mark there as well, and it is a 9-point Tiger advantage heading to the locker room. Benji Kelly for Campbellsville. A lot of positives to build on.
First half, a good first half on both ends of the court.
40-31 your score. Halftime, we'll step away, take a timeout, come back and look at the numbers. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious moment.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter which you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
The black truck? Hey, Christina from accounting.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, I used to date a girl named Christina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then she dumped me for my best friend. You want to see some photos of them that I took?
I don't.
I thought we talked about this, buddy.
Buzz and overshared again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna call a car.
That's a smart idea.
So yeah, I know, that's why I did it.
Hey, you're gonna get back to the top of the mountain.
Does that mean I'm gonna get back with Christina?
No.
Oh.
No.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Halftime at the PAL, 40-31. Campbellsville University leads Cumberland University by 9. Matt Payton and the former Tiger Benji Kelly here, and Benji, that's about as good as it gets for Campbellsville through 20 minutes. 40 points defensively, offensively, they're really good.
Best half probably we've seen them play at least in the last 8 or 9 games. I mean, that was just some excellent basketball. The great thing I like, Matt, they got down. They had a little adversity there. But, man, when they came back, 30-13 run over the last 12 minutes of the first half. That's impressive.
See if they can sustain that for the second half, obviously the key. But one thing, if you can shoot at 57% from the floor, you give yourself a chance to win any ball game. 15 of 26 tonight, and it's a simple game. We've said this I don't know how many times. You hit shots, you got a chance to win. They've struggled at times this season. First half, they hit shots.
Well, and I think the difference is they're not just relying on that jump shot. They're being aggressive on the offensive end, taking the ball to the basket. We've seen D'Souza do that 2 or 3 times. And even going in there, Travis sometimes making the pass to the big guys. And then when the three-pointer is open, it's in the rhythm of a play, and they're able to knock them down.
The game has changed. A lot of teams play outside in now.
They do.
First half, inside out.
And it's a totally different game.
And not that they haven't tried to do that earlier in the year, but they certainly executed there in the first half. Let's take a look at the numbers here. We mentioned 57.7% from the field overall for Campbellsville. 15 of 26 shooting, 4 of 9 from deep. Edward Jones paying out 4 made shots, 44% there. 6 of 7 at the free throw line, that's 85.7%. Cumberland University, 13 of 29 in the first half. They were 2 of 6 from long range, 3 of 4 at the free throw line. A game high 11 in the first half from Malachi D'Souza, 11 points, 5 of 6 from the floor. He didn't chip in really anywhere else. He did have a steal, but his length on the defensive end pays dividends. He was as aggressive as we've seen him there in the first frame.
And we're seeing Malachi play the way that he played last year. He is a slasher. He's a cutter. And when he's able to get the ball in open court like that with his length, he can get it up there a couple times, play through some contact. That's when he's at his best.
Campbellsville gets 9 from Keyston Brown. He made some difficult shots in the first half. 3 of 3 from the floor, including a made Edward Jones 3. 2 rebounds, 2 assists for KB. 8 from Jace Wallace to go with 6 rebounds and 2 assists in the first half. He and Keyston Brown here over the last couple of games, and it really close at Bethel. Played really well in the second half against Freed Hardeman. Starting to play off of one another, maybe a little bit better. And we've seen Jace with the basketball out top, allowing KB more to play off the ball, which is going to help him as well.
And I think that's KB. That's where he's his best, when he's playing off the ball. And, we saw him hit a nice 3, hit a nice little, fade away there at one time. So just, once again, our great first half. Now, let's string it together and get 2 halves.
two halves, and you got to win.
That's
out
right.
Here tonight.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look here for Campbellsville. Jay Milburn had 5. He was a spark off the bench. 5 points, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks from Milburn in the first half. 3 from Javon Smith out of that corner, and Edward Jones 3. 2 points for Malik Muhammad and Chandler Clements there in the first frame. Muhammad with a block in the first half, a couple of made free throws, scored I think the first 2 of the game for Campbellsville. A bit quiet, and that's the problem for Malik right now is Campbellsville's trying to run their offense through him so much. Teams are selling out to take him away, and for Malik, you've got to understand that everybody else has to do their part, and hopefully as kind of a decoy, you can be super effective that way.
You can, and then what that's going to do is that's actually will open it up for him later in the game. And you just got to be patient sometimes. It may come early, sometimes it may come late. Just keep your head in the game. I thought that was an unfortunate foul that he got called on down there. I mean, the 2 guys are just battling for position. Let it just play on. Play on.
In the first half for Cumberland University, they were led by Jordan Stevens with 7 points. He got into a little foul trouble, had to sit a bit. Isaac Stevens also had 7 points in the first frame. 6 points from Jalen Negron, 4 points from Demarius Boyd. Tyreek Johnson had 5 off the bench, 2 for Nasir Coleman, and that rounds out the scoring for Cumberland University. Tyler Bird, Jameer Reed, TJ Stargell all seeing time failing to score for the Phoenix. For Campbellsville, Zach Travis and Jordan Graham did not score in their time. Rebounding, Campbellsville a 13-10 advantage in rebounding. 4 on the offensive end for Cumberland U, just 2 for the Tigers. 9 assists, 2 steals, 7 turnovers for Campbellsville. 4 assists, 2 steals, 6 turnovers for Cumberland University. Points in the paint, 18-16 in favor of the Tigers. Off turnovers, 9-4 in favor of Campbellsville. Second chance points, 4-2 in favor of Campbellsville as well. And bench points in favor of the Phoenix, 13-10. Twice we were tied. The lead changed hands 6 times. Cumberland's largest lead was by 8 for Campbellsville, their largest advantage. 11 points here at halftime. It is a 9-point margin. We'll step away, take a timeout, and come back and bring you second half action. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
As a dad, every day is a challenge. To make sure that the time that I have, I spend with them. It doesn't matter how tired you are, you have to try and to teach them. When they learn something new, and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Your score here at halftime at Peyton. Benji Kelly courtside as Campbellsville and Cumberland University 20 minutes away from settling this one. We looked at earlier some of the women's scores there. Benji, Campbellsville, of course, getting the win today, 80-55 over Cumberland University. Cumberland's a winner over Wilberforce, Thomas More, and Pikeville both holding serve. Thomas More beating Georgetown, Pikeville defeating Bethel. Freed Hardeman got a win over Shawnee State by a point. That is a Shawnee State team that is playing really well here at this stage of the season. Lindsey Wilson College gets the win over UT Southern. I don't know, I need to look and see if Takia Goff played. She had missed a few games for the Firehawks, and it appears she was still out tonight. So Coach Evans and his crew having to go without their starting point guard, which certainly making life a bit more difficult. And then here on the men's side, a few scores. As team, a lot of the games are at halftime here.
Yeah, you got Cumberland's over Wilberforce 50-40. Big shock here. Bethel College up against, or Bethel University up on Pikeville 50-29 at halftime. That's a big one there. Of course, the Georgetown Thomas More, I believe that's on their website. We don't have a score here on Presto. And then Shawnee State is up at Freed Hardman 36-34, start of the second half. And then the Lindsay game's just getting ready to tip, I think, here.
Georgetown is up 5 on Thomas More.
Okay.
16-10 to go in the second half there. Cumberland beat Thomas More at their place here this past weekend. So they've struggled a bit, but got a nice win over the Saints.
Well, our officials decided to join us here.
They might have been back there with the roulette wheel out
yeah,
or something.
You never know.
Held them up a bit. Playing go fish. 40-31, Stargell the basketball. Out front now, Boyd cutting, Jordan Stevens, and that is nearly a difficult finish by Stevens. Nice defense by Jace Wallace. I thought he hit it when he let it go.
I did too. It looked good from here.
Campbellsville the chance to extend. Largest lead for the Tigers, I believe, was it 10 or 11?
11.
11 for Campbellsville, so they can match that here. And a whistle away from the basketball. Is that on Jordan Stevens? Oh, man.
It is. That's 3 on him. Wow.
If you're a Cumberland fan, this is the time where you
I think there was a hold there on Muhammad. He's holding him.
So Coach Lewis going to leave Stevens out there for the time being. That is now nearly a turnover. Wallace has it knocked out of bounds, and Campbellsville a bit out of sorts there as they turn it over after the Jordan Stevens foul call. Coleman off the left wing. Not quite the same lineup that they started the game with for Cumberland University as Coleman's out there. But Campbellsville with their starting 5 on the floor. Here's a jumper by Stevens, and he hits it off the left wing.
It's a big shot right there. Got it to a 2-possession game here.
Jordan Stevens transfer from Southern Georgia Tech from Macon, Georgia. 6-point margin. Wallace out front. Muhammad sets the screen. Wallace picked up now by Isaac Stevens, rolling. Muhammad in the middle, goes up off the window. Good. He gets
what a pass by Wallace.
The hoop, and Jace Wallace, the helper
there. Sorry there, Matt,
no,
but that was a tremendous pass by Wallace.
Well, that's how it's designed if they hedge too far.
Yeah.
And here Stevens again, left side 3. That one no good. Muhammad and Stevens battle for it. Isaac Stevens wins that battle as he tapped it up into the air and able to control it. Marius Boyd working against Zach Travis. He'll throw up a shot, no good. Isaac Stevens tap in, won't go. Muhammad taps it over to Jace Wallace. The other way, Zach Travis stops on the wing. Now back out front, Wallace with it. 8-point Tiger lead here. 18-20 to play. Wallace off the right wing, drives in, spins in the paint, shot up, won't go. I thought he might kill it off the back of the iron. The iron unkind. Jordan Stevens inside, kicks to Coleman. Coleman picks it up. Now Jordan Stevens will work off the Isaac Stevens screen and pitch it back to Stargell. Demarius Boyd picked up here by De Sousa, and Stargell falls down. They're going to say Jace Wallace, the contact caused that. Coach Vernon,
he's out there defending,
coaching them up.
That's good. Love the effort.
42-34, 17:51 to play. Stargell working off the Stevens screen. Nice hedge by Muhammad, and Stargell lost the handle. So just, and that's everything. Just extend it, force them to play on, right? And that's one where Stargell made an unforced error.
And that's why you hedge like that. You're disrupting the normal flow of the play, and as a result, he had to dribble a little extra and just dribbled it off his foot.
42-34, Wallace off the right wing, step back, triple on the way, is off to the left. Muhammad, nice little screen in there.
That's a little quick of shot to me. You know, the shot clock's only at 25 right there. Go ahead and work your offense like you were doing at the beginning of the game.
Stargell left side to Boyd. 42-34 remains the score here. Coleman hands it off to Stargell, backs away from Brown. Now Jordan Stevens. Rolling jumper good as he turned off the screen, pulled up and knocks it down.
Yeah, I'd say he read the defense there. Just the defense was coming behind, so he did a little curl and wide open 18-footer.
42-36, 6-point margin here. Campbellsville in the front court. They want Muhammad, but 2 defenders right there hovering. Now Brown has Muhammad out front. Isaac Stevens reaching in. Muhammad driving inside, shot up. They're going to call an offensive foul against Malik Muhammad, and frustrating evening for Malik to this point, trying to make something happen there. 42-36 remains the score as the Tigers send in a couple of substitutions here. Javon Smith and Jay Milburn. Zach Travis and Malik Muhammad checking out. Tigers, right about now, Benji, they need something good to happen.
They
feel
do.
like momentum starting to slowly
shift the other side.
Yeah. Stevens out top. Now Boyd working left side of the lane. Pull-up jumper is short. Stevens and Boyd come together. Boyd gets the rebound, and fortunately for CU, he misses. D'Souza the board. Jace Wallace leads Campbellsville to the front court. D'Souza hands it off to Javon Smith. Coleman defends. Smith back out front to Brown. Brown to the crossover, gets the screen from Milburn. Milburn rolls, Brown can't get it to him. Wallace does on the inline. Milburn going to be called for steps. Just maybe hopped a little bit. I've seen worse, but initially I thought maybe he did myself. 42-36. So Campbellsville gets the miss there after the second chance by Cumberland. Come down the other way and can't get a look. Jordan Stevens off the wing left side. Javon Smith trying to stay with him. Stevens tries to rip through. Did they collide there?
They did.
Stevens on the dribble working against Javon Smith, and we'll get a foul call here on the Tiger sophomore. First on Javon Smith, 3 on Campbellsville as a team. And it'll be a baseline out of bounds underneath for Cumberland University here. 15:40 to play. The Tigers been stuck on 42 for a bit. Stargell pitches it into Coleman. That's a moving screen, and there's a late whistle, but they do get it right.
They got it right.
Coleman, that's a body block right there.
That was a body blow. You're exactly right. But
42-36 the score. Campbellsville back the other way after that Nasir Coleman foul. Milburn, left side, hands it to, well, nobody yet. D'Souza and Brown both went by him. Now he gives it to KB. Brown to D'Souza on the drive. D'Souza follow away shot, won't go. Rebound to Jordan Stevens. Stargell off the left wing. Isaac Stevens bluffs the screen. Now they send it out to Boyd. Boyd wants to work inside, has Coleman. Shot good for Nasir Coleman. That's a tough finish.
That's a tough finish, but a strong finish.
Wallace working right side of the lane, drives in, shot won't go, and here Cumberland University can trim it to a one-possession game. Jordan Stevens steps through, blocked by D'Souza, and it goes off of Malachi D'Souza and the Tigers, so it'll stay with Cumberland University here. 14:45 to go.
Great defense there by D'Souza. Campbellsville's kind of trying to weather this storm here, Matt. Like you said, we've been stuck on 42 for quite a while.
Coach Mark Vernon calls out the play. Tyreek Johnson, who checked in a minute ago, had it blocked there by Milburn, I believe, but Johnson stays with it. Tyler Bird down on the end line working against D'Souza. Now to the middle, pull up hook shot, no good. We get a whistle here against Campbellsville, I believe. This will go against Malachi D'Souza, his second. 4 on the Tigers as a team. Trying to look here, Benji. The Tigers scored their 42nd point at the 18:56 mark. That was that Malik Muhammad lay-in. That's the only points of the half for Campbellsville as Bird misses the free throw here. Clements and Muhammad going to check back in. Jordan Graham in. D'Souza and Milburn out. Wallace, of course, out. So Campbellsville's been, Benji, about 4.5 minutes or so.
Yeah, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. 26 seconds, so.
Fortunately, Cumberland has posted just 4 points, now make it 5 in that stretch, so.
Yeah, like you said, Campbellsville needs to see something positive go through the net here, and kind of like a little bit of tail of the first half. We were down 18-10. You kind of feel that same momentum's happening here.
Jordan Graham on the far side, out front, picks up his dribble, goes into the corner to Smith. And now they dump it down to the end line to Muhammad. Muhammad will face up briefly, back out to Smith. 3 on the way, that is short. Jordan Graham runs through, rebound is good as he turned there. Benji did a nice job to deflect himself from the ball and just threw up a little easy floater.
Yeah, and it's a good offensive board there for Campbellsville. We needed something positive to happen.
So about 5 minutes between field goals. Inside Stevens, and that's too easy. Stevens gets a nice shield there. Clements tried to come across and help, but nice pass inside set that up for Isaac Stevens. A 30-second timeout taken here by Coach Jeremy Lewis. 44-41 the score, 13:45 to play in this one. Campbellsville will host UT Southern on Saturday here at the Powell Athletic Center. The Tigers and Firehawks will meet at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, the Lady Tigers will start that Mid-South Conference doubleheader at 1 o'clock Eastern in the Powell. Benji Kelly and I will be on hand for you on that one there. As you see the Jordan Graham put back. Campbellsville with, let's see, you got UT Southern, Thomas More, Lindsey Wilson, Pikeville, and Georgetown. So 5 more chances to see the Tigers and Lady Tigers here at home this season. And before you know it, Benji, we'll be talking about Mid-South Conference tournament as
well, you're right.
We're a month left in the regular season.
We really are. Actually, I was looking at the calendar today. I believe it's the 21st, I believe, will be the opening.
For the women, the 21st. For the men, the 22nd.
And then we coming down to Bowling Green there on that weekend. So made sure I had my flight back in time to be able to catch the action there in Bowling Green.
44-41, Tigers the basketball. They'd like to extend here as Cumberland University has made inroads in the second half. Out front, Tigers maybe a little more stagnant offensively here. Left side, Graham open, 3 on the way. Bang! Jordan Graham with a timely Edward Jones payout.
That's a huge 3 right there by Jordan Graham. Back-to-back buckets by Jordan Graham. Campbellsville gets this thing up to 6 points again.
5 big ones for JG the last couple of trips. Here, Stargell working into the corner. Driving across the lane. Johnson has it stolen. I don't know if that was kicked or what happened there. It looked a little funny. And
we'll take
Campbellsville, yeah, absolutely the other way. Keyston Brown on the dribble. Once Muhammad, there's the entry, and Tyreek Johnson laying on him. That'll be a foul on Tyreek Johnson. You know, TJ Stargell has a famous uncle.
Is that Willie?
It is. How crazy is that?
Pittsburgh Pirates.
How crazy is that? Pretty neat stuff there. Malik Muhammad thought about it. Now going to kick it. Graham hit a 3 a moment ago. Graham going to drive inside, back to Muhammad, just off the elbow. Jumper swish!
That's a
big leap.
And see, that was in rhythm of a basketball play. That first one, it was a little awkward, but a good offense there by Campbellsville.
49-41. Cutting is Jordan Stevens, rejected by Javon Smith, and maybe a little help in there from Malik Muhammad.
Well, you know what? It's a team effort. That was with authority. It does. Campbellsville playing with a little more intensity these last 3 possessions, Matt. That's what we've needed.
Jordan Graham maybe have been the spark plug here. We'll see how it plays out. Negron going to pitch it in. Negron still looking. Finally gets it to Tyreek Johnson off the right wing. On around they come. Negron has it in the corner. And now thought about it. Nice job by KB to fight off that screen. Johnson poked away, stays with the dribble now. Johnson going to drive at Graham. Ooh, throws one up and gets the late whistle here.
I thought that was good defense by Graham there. Just his intensity coming off the bench has just been solid for Campbellsville.
Those are such bang-bang plays. Those are the ones for officials. Did he get the ball? Did he get the hand? Those are tough.
Well, and here we are, 60 feet away. He's got a little better angle. See that. But from our perspective here, I thought it was good defense, but not much argument there from Jordan.
49-42. Tyreek Johnson hits both free throws, 49-43. So Campbellsville's halftime lead was 9, I believe.
Yes.
And at the moment, it's a 6-point ball game. Jordan Stevens will pressure Keyston Brown in the backcourt. Brown will work it ahead safely. We are approaching our media stoppage at the next dead ball. Brown off the elbow right side. Now Javon Smith into the corner. Graham on straight line here, back out. That's Brown. Brown on the dribble, elbow jumper on the way, no good. Ball batted and taken in by Jordan Stevens. Jordan Stevens sprints ahead. Negron runs over Brown. What do we got? It's an offensive foul on Jalen Negron.
Yeah, great job by Keaston to get back there, anticipate the pass to the wing, got his feet set outside of the restricted area. Great job.
So this will bring us to our media stoppage here at the under 12 mark. 11:43 to play the basketball game. The Tigers lead by 6, 49-43. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network. Matt Payton, Benji Kelly at the Powell Center. 11:43 to play in the basketball game. The Tigers with a 6-point advantage. Malik Muhammad sinking a little mid-range shot there for the Tigers. And Campbellsville University here. Benji going to have to do it on both ends of the floor down the stretch. Momentum has went a little back and forth here. It's been a slugfest.
It's a great basketball game. Both teams playing extremely hard. It's a game of runs. Campbellsville was able to weather that storm, and they've extended this lead back out to 6. But you know, there's a lot of basketball left, and this Cumberland team is gonna bring it from point A to point B. Campbellsville's just got to be willing to weather that storm and also be aggressive on the offensive end.
It will be Campbellsville basketball. Full court pressure again to be applied here by the Phoenix. Jace Wallace was held a bit there. Now Wallace able to free himself up, working against Negron, and will bring himself down the floor here. Negron right in the kitchen. Clements flashes out top. Entry knocked away. Coleman came across, got a piece of it. Coleman is fouled from behind by Jordan Graham as Graham tried to knock it free. Almost did knock it free, just maybe a little off balance there. And got up the back of Coleman. Not a bad foul.
Well, that next foul puts Cumberland in the bonus, Matt, so something to watch here.
11:26 to play in the game. Cumberland, as a team, 64.7% from the free throw line this season. Negron going to call for the Coleman screen. Bird to Johnson here. Johnson leaves it with Coleman out front. Back to Johnson, wide open in the corner. Nice screen by Bird. He missed the shot. Muhammad the rebound. Malik will dribble it a couple of times and now hand it to Wallace. He was kind of waiting for Jace to get back to him, I think. Everybody panicked the closer he got to midcourt.
Even Riley over here, she's panicking.
Wallace out front, Clements.
Oh, me.
Smith, the ball fake, now going to drive at Jordan Stevens, and Smith will pull up. Shot good for Javon Smith. Who needs goggles?
I'm telling you what, that was a heck of a crossover move.
51-43, 8 points the margin once again. Ooh, Coleman about vacated that
he
spot.
Did,
Negron just had it close enough to him for him to grab it. Stevens splits a couple defenders. That is a tough finish as, oh man, bodies everywhere. Graham and Johnson went down and Stevens fell over him on the back end of that. Everybody appears to be okay.
Play on.
51-45, 6-point margin. Wallace gets the step inside, splits defenders, a finger roll, good for Jace Wallace.
Wow. There had to be something, a block or a charge.
They wanted a flop is what, because there was no call. The Tigers wanted a flop. Here, Jordan Stevens kicks it out. Coleman will pass. The extra pass gives a wide open look to Tyler Bird, and he hits the three-point field goal. Bird, 24% on the season from deep. He has killed the Tigers, however.
That is a big three right there. Get this thing down to 2 possessions. Campbellsville built an 8-point lead.
53-48. Wallace with it once again for CU. Bounces high post to Muhammad. Javon Smith will come in behind Malik, who will wait and hand it to Jordan Graham. Out, Smith on the wing, 3 on the way. That is just off the mark.
Good look.
Coleman ahead to Negron. Wallace will defend. Negron gets inside. Out to Jordan Stevens, 3 on the way, no good. Rebound Malik Muhammad for the Tigers. Ooh, ball got knocked out of his arms. Was that Johnson that hit it?
It almost went in.
And almost went through. That would have been, a heartbreaker there.
That would have been.
Jace Wallace off the right wing. Keyston Brown going to check back in a moment. Wallace wide open, 3 on the way. Oh, off to the left. And Wallace had hit one in that first half. Had a clean look there, just wide. Bird, the 5-point Campbellsville advantage, hands it to Jordan Stevens. Back to Bird on the wing right side. He hit one earlier, he hits another one. Tyler Bird has been a Tiger killer to his credit this season. The percentage not great, but he's hit a couple of threes in each contest against Campbellsville University, and it is a 2-point basketball game, 53-51. The Tigers lead by 2, 8:42 to play. You're following Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
.51, 8:42 to play in the basketball game. Campbellsville leading Cumberland University here. Matt Payton with Benji Kelly. Campbellsville still up over 50%, but that percentage has come down a bit in the second half. And the good news for CU is that Cumberland's percentage has come down a bit also. So the second half, you can see it here. A little more wear on the legs, perhaps.
Yeah, a little more fatigue, and I think a few more foul calls, so that getting a little slow on defense as well. You're not playing with your feet, you're playing with your arms. But as a result, we got us a ball game.
Keyston Brown back in there. Jace Wallace, I believe. Actually, Jace still in there. I thought Jace was getting a breather as well. Jordan Graham came out. Zach Travis back in. Pass for Muhammad, too far out in front, and a turnover. Nasir Coleman will re-enter. He was out for just a minute. So here, Benji, the Phoenix with a chance to tie this ball game. Tigers with the turnover there. Stargell out front, Coleman inside. Stevens shot blocked, and we're going to have a foul called against Malik Muhammad. Hard to tell from here what the body was. Up top, Malik used his length to get to the basketball, but he'll pick up his 4th. And that will send Isaac Stevens to the free throw line. 2 shots for Isaac, 57% on the year. He can tie this game up with both. It's been a while since we've been tied, and that free throw off the mark. So we will not get to the tie here. 8:18 to play. Keyston Brown, Travis, Milburn, Smith, and D'Souza, the 5 for Campbellsville. Stevens' second free throw on the way. He gets that one. So 1 of 2 for Isaac Stevens. 1-point game. Stargell will pressure Keyston Brown. Brown brings it ahead. Left side, Smith. Further to D'Souza. D'Souza has been quiet in the second half. They nearly take it away. He needs some help and throws it off the leg of Isaac Stevens. So Campbellsville will have a sideline out of bounds with 10 on the shot clock here. D'Souza to pitch it in. Looking. Travis will flash. Now Keyston Brown. 8 to shoot. Brown works off the Milburn screen. Drives in. Needs help. Down inside to D'Souza.
Stepped out of bounds.
They're going to say Keyston Brown stepped out of bounds. Kind of got himself too far deep. So Cumberland University gets it back here, 53-52. 7:45 to go. Stargell out front to Coleman. Left side, Bird. He'll try another 3. And that one is no good. Johnson the rebound. Stargell looked inside for Bird, not there. And now Cumberland with a second chance opportunity here. Stargell to Stevens. Back out Bird again. Will drive left side. Stops. He may have gotten away with a push there. And throws up a floater. No good. Milburn going to grab the rebound for Campbellsville again. They're able to come up with a stop. See if they can get a bucket. Brown ahead to D'Souza on the left side. Milburn hands it off to D'Souza. They switch. Milburn with the mismatch momentarily. Stevens is sagging down in though. Brown drives, feeds. Travis off the window, won't go. Milburn's put back and he's fouled, or we go jump ball.
We got a
foul. I was on the monitor.
It was a little close. I thought it could have been a straight. It could have been a jump ball, but there may have been some arm coming down. Chance of Milburn here to go to the free throw line to get this thing back to 3.
6:55 to go as Milburn toes the nail. Jay Milburn on the season about 67%. Hits that free throw. Jordan Stevens going to check in for Isaac Stevens. That's music to my ears. One of the two Stevens guys out of there. I don't believe there's any relation there, but they do spell it the same way.
Yeah, one's from Georgia and one's from Tennessee. So
second free throw for Milburn is off the mark, and it's a 2-point Tiger advantage as Cumberland University comes to the offensive end. 6:45 to play. Stargell left side to Johnson. Johnson drives in, and too much English on that little finger roll there. Nasir Coleman with the rebound, however. Coleman has it poked away and stolen by CU. That is Milburn, I believe, that knocked it free.
Milburn playing extremely well here tonight.
D'Souza runs into Jordan Stevens, and an offensive foul on Malachi. It almost looked like Malachi expected Stevens to follow Javon Smith out.
But he didn't.
And he didn't,
yeah.
And led to the foul there. I think he was anticipating that he might go with Javon Smith out of that area, and he'd have a driving lane down the inline. But not the way it worked out, unfortunately. Stargell going to hand it off here to Jordan Stevens. Now Tyreek Johnson bluffs the pass, holds it on the left wing as Zach Travis defends. Coleman, was that intended for Johnson?
So.
Coleman kind of reached up there and caught it. Now Stargell with Brown right there on him. 8 to shoot, just over 6 minutes to go. Stargell working, left side of the lane, throws up a floater, no good. Rebound, Nasir Coleman, blocked by Jay Milburn. Jay Milburn with another rejection, and that looked like a point-blank putback coming the way of Cumberland, and Milburn, the eraser, steps over to pitch it out of play, and it'll be Cumberland basketball here after our final media timeout. 54-52 the score. Tigers by 2 points. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
It's a 2-point game here at the Powell Center. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly courtside at Donna Wise Court. Campbellsville trying to pick up win number 8 here. It would be their third in conference play. And this final less than 6 minutes. Benji, go ahead and fasten the seat belts.
We got us a ball game here, Matt. I mean, it just has a feeling it's going to come down to whoever has the ball at the end.
Oh man, don't tell me that. Take days off my life. Campbellsville with Brown, Smith, Milburn, D'Souza, and Travis out there.
What about these freshmen, Milburn and Travis? Man, just how the last several games, just how much playing time they've got, and they've responded well, and they're not hurting the team, just playing really, really well. Good basketball.
Stargell the right side here to Bird, inside to Isaac Stevens. One dribble right at Milburn, ball fake, retreats, needs help. Cutting is Tyler Bird, across to Coleman, touch pass, Stevens, and he gets the lay-in, soft touch by Isaac Stevens. A really good pass by Coleman.
It was just a good basketball right there, both teams, defense and offense.
Tied at 54, 5.5 to play. Keaston Brown Left side to Milburn. Hands it to Keyston Brown. They switch. Brown left side, kicks it out. Open. Smith, three. Bang! Javon Smith! Another Edward Jones three for the Tigers.
That is a huge bucket right there. Great job, Campbellsville on the offensive end. Good execution.
Stevens working off the screen. Feeds one through to Coleman. Coleman, body block there against Milburn, and another rejection.
Wow.
Jay Milburn, have yourself an evening. Jay Milburn with, I believe, his 4th block, which will be a career best, if so. Keyston Brown calls out the play. Let's get another bucket here, gentlemen. 57-54. Brown out front working off the Milburn screen. Milburn gonna roll in. Brown turns, shot on the way, no good. To Sousa, the rebound. Can he get a putback? And one for Kai! Malachi Sousa with the offensive rebound and stick back for the Tigers.
Woo!
His first points of the second half, and they could not have come at a better time.
Huge offensive board, rebound, chance to go to the land for the three-point play. Wow.
He read that shot. It was a little short, came through the inline, gets the putback. Malachi D'Souza to the nail for the free throw toss. He can open it back up to a 6-point margin. It was just a moment ago that Cumberland had tied this game. Free throw pops off.
It's all right.
59-54, 4.5 minutes to play. If the Tigers can get another stop, Stevens circles. Backpedals now, takes a three, no good. Rebound to Wallace. Nice job of the Tigers to stay close enough to Stevens to force him back beyond the arc. Campbellsville going to slow it down a bit here. Out front, Keyston Brown holds it, just over 4 minutes to go. Brown waits, 12 to shoot. Now on the dribble. Brown working out top, bluffs it over the top. Muhammad is ridden by, how is that not a foul? He put a saddle on him, guys. Smith comes out of there with it. How is that not a foul? And that's
a change of possession.
Yeah, there's got to be a change of possession there. Isaac Stevens jumped and landed on the back of Malik Muhammad. Oh, that's a frustrating one, especially for Malik. He's looking for an easy bucket. Stevens just trying to get back in the play. Tyler Bird down. Hopefully he's okay. It did look like Cumberland had a dribble in there somewhere before they lost the possession. It should be Campbellsville basketball. Stevens lands on him. The shot did not hit the rim. Let's see what happens after this, guys. Let that roll on. I want to see if they have possession and dribble. And not gonna have, let's see, Bird did catch it clean. I mean, it's close, but I'm more upset about the foul than the shot clock, as Negron, of course, now on the other end hits the baseline jumper. Them's the break sometimes, Benji. You got to play through it here for Campbellsville. Keyston Brown works off the Muhammad. That's a flop. Brown driving. He lost his footing. Oh, man. That's a funny looking. Keyston's knee buckled. He's tougher than a $2 steak.
And that's tough.
Because that would have sent me to the ER. That knee buckled up there.
That's fouls on Jordan Stevens. I believe that's his 4th,
That is 4 on Stevens, 6 on Cumberland University. Actually, that's going to be 7 on Cumberland University. So Brown will go to the free throw line. I was off one. So I was wondering there, Keyston went to the free throw line. I was off by a foul, and Brown's 1-1 is good. I don't know. Keyston scared me to death. Did you see that?
I was looking to see what it was going through the rim.
That thing buckled. One more for KB, and that won't fall through. I thought there for a moment that they go straight up and fall through. Does not. 4-point Campbellsville lead, 3:20 to go. It's been a good one. Thanks for tuning in tonight, whether you're following along on local cable or streaming outlets, radio as well. Into the corner, 3 by Stargell is good. TJ Stargell gets open in the corner and hits the 3-point field goal. Stargell, Mid-South Conference second team member a year ago, Conference Defensive Player of the Year, and this is a full timeout taken by Coach Jeremy Lewis with 3:09 to play. Campbellsville with a 1-point lead. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
The score, the Tigers with the narrowest of leads. 1 point margin here. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly with you for this one. Been a fun one in the PAL, and somebody's going to go out of here tonight. Benji really hurting. This is going to be a hard luck loss for someone, and no offense, but I hope it's the
well, I
Phoenix.
started to say I hope it's the Phoenix as well, but man, what a ball game. This is a true Mid-South Conference basketball game, Matt. Just the type of basketball we're used to, back and forth. One team builds a big lead, another team comes back. Just some great basketball on both ends of the court for both teams.
John Boyce down there on that other end, he's probably having a lot of fun too.
Absolutely.
He and Kyle Allen down there. 60-59, a little pressure here from Cumberland University. Tigers will have to be on their P's and Q's. Couple seconds, and they get it across to Malachi D'Souza, and now Keyston Brown in the circle. Working left side, hands it to Jace Wallace off the screen. Wallace driving, avoids a defender. Finger roll won't go. Muhammad's tap, not there. D'Souza gets the putback.
Big bucket right there. Great offensive board by Malachi D'Souza. Actually a good tip back by Muhammad.
Brown defends Stargell. They come to Coleman. Now left side, Negron. Negron bluffs it, now wants to drive. Pull up free throw line jumper. Good for Jalen Negron.
Man, that's tough. That's a tough bucket right there. Good defense by Wallace. It's a slugfest, Matt. Slugfest.
62-61. You said earlier it may come down to who has it last for Campbellsville here. Just keep on scoring.
That's it.
See if you can get a stop or two. Brown hands it to Wallace. Wallace with 15 on the shot clock, into the corner, too much on it, and a turnover. Brown got his hands on it, but he was trying to tightrope the sideline, and it went out of play. Zach Travis going to check in here for Jace Wallace. 2:06 to go. Cumberland has not led in this second half. I don't know that they've led since the Tigers tied it at 18, maybe.
Yep.
Stevens bounces to Isaac Stevens. Couple of dribbles, he'll hand it to Stargell. 1:50 to go. Stargell pull up three off the screen, no good. Hard to D'Souza, the rebound and a foul on Coleman.
That's a big rebound by Malachi.
It will send Malachi D'Souza to the free throw line here for 1-and-1.
That's the 18th foul.
That is 8.
All right, let's go, Malachi. Hit a
Malachi.
He can do it.
Malachi
He's got it.
I'm telling you, in practice, Coach V said he's knocking them down. It's easy, effortless, but
clear the mechanism. Nobody's here. It's just you and the goal.
Well, the first one's the big one, right? Just get that first one, and he does. Attaboy. And you hate to get so excited.
Well, he's struggling.
But he's just struggling, and maybe that will bring him some confidence. That's a big one that he made. And Coach Vernon and Jeremy Lewis playing a little cat and mouse. Second one off the mark. Coach Vernon looking way out wide, trying to get the play call. Coach Lewis had his hand up over his mouth. 63-61. Out top, Stevens. Now Negron, Coleman, back to Stevens. Jordan Stevens driving in on the end line. Gets past D'Souza, ball gets knocked away. Malachi, quick ahead, has Brown and Keyston Brown with a heady play to slow it down.
Smart play right there.
75 seconds to go. Brown off that far left side in the corner. 63-61. They will be patient here. Edward Jones, be a friend. Brown working. Muhammad rolls. Brown, pull up, jumper, short, rebound to Stargell. Less than a minute to go. Stargell, left side, circles back out. Negron. Coleman cuts in. Ooh, nearly walked into Stevens. Back up. Coleman flies in, lays it in with 45.7. Now if you're Campbellsville, Benji, you're tied at 63, but a 2-for-1, I think, here if the Tigers can get a good look early, but I think the key maybe get as good a look as you can possibly get.
Well, and you got to realize that Cumberland, they're going to full court press, so the chance of us getting it up the court in 15 seconds and getting a decent look is probably going to be slim. I'll be surprised if he doesn't come out and do a full court press. I really will.
Tied at 63, 45.7 to go. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter which you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
Tied at 63, 45.7 to go. The Tigers and Cumberland University here in the Powell Center, Campbellsville, had a 9-point lead at halftime. They've gotten the lead in the second half after it I don't know that it's been back to 9. I think maybe 8 or so.
Got back to 8.
And here, Keyston Brown, Zach Travis, Malik Muhammad, Javon Smith, and Malachi DeSouza, the 5 for Campbellsville. Coach Lewis and the Phoenix answer with Negron, Coleman, the Stevenses, Jordan and Isaac, no relation, and Stargell. And a little pressure here, but just for man-to-man.
Man-to-man,
Brown holds it on the right side, on the dribble, in fact. They want the entry, can't get it to Muhammad. Now DeSouza holds. Back to Brown. Muhammad sets the screen. Brown wants Muhammad to roll. DeSouza can't shoot it. 8 seconds. DeSouza, 3. Nearly banked it in. Rebound to Coleman. And we got a double foul here and that's going to be it for Malik Muhammad.
Here we go again. And Malik's gone.
And Isaac Stevens for Cumberland U. So I think with all that, it's going to be a Cumberland U chance at a win.
Yep.
17.2. Milburn will check in. Coach Jeremy Lewis will take a full timeout here. Good. And unfortunately for Campbellsville, nobody saw that, or the officials did not. 63. Frustrating night for Malik, but you got to keep your head here. 63 each way. Full timeout for Jeremy Lewis. 17.2 seconds remaining in the ballgame. We'll step away. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
.2 seconds remaining. Cumberland University basketball. They have still not led in the second half, and it's going to be all come down to this. Oh man, that's got to be a play on. They just get hooked right there. That's Muhammad and Stevens. They got to, goodness gracious. Tied at 63. Coleman to inbound. Stargell, Negron, Isaac Stevens, and Jordan Stevens. Benji, one would expect Jordan Stevens to be the man here. We'll see
I would think so.
Coach Lewis goes with here. 10 seconds. Stargell out. Isaac Stevens going to hand it off. Jordan Stevens gets the screen. Inside. Shot up. Won't go. Rebound. Smith. DeSouza flings it. Ball in the air. Won't go, but we'll go to overtime. I'll gladly take 5 more minutes as Campbellsville and Cumberland University will.
I told you it was going to come down to the end, Matt. You didn't believe me.
Soothsayer. A sayer of Seuss. 63 apiece. We're going to overtime. My nerves are shot. We'll be right back with Following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network. You're in. Tied at 63, we're going to overtime. Campbellsville and Cumberland University here in the Powell Center. Benji Kelly and I both stood up like we might usher that basketball.
No, we were trying everything.
As Malachi heaved up a prayer.
Dr. Hopkins came down. He said, "Do you two want to go into the game? Why'd you stand up like that?"
If I could do anything out on that court to help this team win a basketball game, I would certainly do what I could.
Absolutely. What a ball game.
That would be outside of just using up my 5 personal fouls. That's going to be about all I could do. Jay Milburn to jump it up with Isaac Stevens here. Campbellsville without Malik Muhammad, 4 fouls. Jordan Stevens out there for Cumberland University. He did indeed get that last shot. Milburn going to win the toss. No, he tapped it back.
Over and back.
There's no possession.
No possession. That's right. No possession on a tip. Yeah, no possession on a tip. That's exactly right.
Coleman out front. So Milburn won it back, but Negron kind of stepped in front. And here's Travis. Ooh, nearly had himself a takeaway. Campbell's are going to have to win this game on defense here.
Yes, they are. Get some stops. And that's, you got to credit Cumberland there. Laid down the stretch. They made a basket when they needed to.
Jordan Stevens will pitch it in. He has Isaac Stevens out near midcourt. Hands it to Stargell. 11 to shoot. Keyston Brown defends for CU. Stargell almost slid that foot.
Oh my
Jordan
gosh.
Stevens steps left. 3, no good. Ball batted up into the air. It's going to go out of play. Last touch by Nasir Coleman. And Coach Brent Vernon wanted that walk. And that's one, Benji, it feels like most of the season when Campbellsville's not gotten that call, that 3 goes in.
Yeah, exactly.
So hopefully that's a sign of good fortune for the Tigers. Negron defending Brown. Jay Milburn in there. Brown, right wing. Out top, Milburn. Travis. Now Smith. Brown on the right side. Wants Milburn on the entry. Not there. Keyston Brown is fouled, and he'll go to the free throw line. That's Jordan Stevens, and he's gone.
He is gone.
So that thickens the plot a bit here in overtime as if you need it anymore, and it's 2 shots coming for KB. And this, Benji, down the stretch here, going to pay huge dividends for the Tigers. This chance to score at the free throw line. Malik Muhammad is fouled out, so you've lost that great interior presence. Even though he was a bit quiet tonight, he's still a guy you want out there, this potential to score. And Keyston Brown to the free throw line here with 2 shots. He can unbreak the tie and does with the first free throw.
Keyston's been to the free throw line a few times tonight. He's 4 of 5.
One more free throw toss for KB. That one's going to be short. Ooh, I thought that rebound might come out to Milburn, but Stevens right there to grab it. So Jordan Stevens fouls out, 14 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists for Cumberland University. Negron, elbow jumper, that is no good. Nasir Coleman almost had a putback dunk, but I believe D'Souza and Milburn broke it up. Travis to D'Souza inside, around the defender, lays it in with the right hand.
Yeah, great transition there. Campbellsville took advantage of it. Cumberland's didn't get back in time. Way to realize that and get an easy bucket. Kind of stole one there.
Stargell off the screen. Coleman at the elbow, wide open jumper, good for Nasir Coleman.
Yeah, that's a big bucket right there.
Coleman and Negron have hit a few of those mid-range jumpers for Cumberland tonight. To this point, the Phoenix have needed every one of them. Back to a 1-point margin, 3:15 to go. Keyston Brown works far side. Out top, D'Souza. D'Souza on the dribble. Inside, working, spinning, shot in the paint, won't go, tapped up. D'Souza's fouled.
On the floor, yep. Good rebound. Way to follow your shot, Malachi.
So 2 shots coming for D'Souza as Isaac Stevens has picked up his 4th. One-point Campbellsville advantage. D'Souza to the free throw line here for the Tigers.
Come on, Kai. Visualize it going in.
Free throw around and out, all over it. Even his misses have looked good tonight. He's not really, he's not been far off.
Come on, Kai.
3 minutes remaining in this basketball game. Second free throw for D'Souza is beautiful. 2-point margin. Now the stops. See if Campbellsville can lock in defensively. Brown forces Stargell to the left. Negron catches. Coleman wanted the entry. Milburn came over the top at just the right time. Tyreek Johnson left side. Stargell, Coleman again. Working inside against D'Souza. Gets inside. Blocked from behind by D'Souza. He picks it up. Malachi D'Souza ahead for CU. D'Souza working out to Smith. Now Brown. Milburn, left corner. Travis bluffs the shot. Back to Milburn, and the Tigers will slow it down.
That's right. Good. Well, use the clock, guys. Use the clock.
2:20 to play. Less than that now, down to 2:15 as Stevens is matched up with Brown. Brown working. Brown left side, inside, reverse, can't spin it, but right there for the follow
there we
is
go.
Malachi D'Souza.
Man, it's Mr. Overtime right here, and D'Souza.
He had the block and gets the bucket on the second chance. It's a 4-point Tiger lead. Timeout for Coach Jeremy Lewis. 1:54 to play in the basketball game, and he is not happy with TJ Stargell here. 1:54 to go. We'll step away as it's a full timeout. Tigers by 4 points, 69-65 on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
The Tigers in overtime with a 4-point advantage over Cumberland University. Here, Matt Payton and Benji Kelly with you. Here's the replay of that Malachi D'Souza block on Coleman. Came the other way on this trip and would get the putback bucket. Malachi D'Souza tonight with 21 points, 7 rebounds for the Tigers, a couple of blocks in the ball game, and he has been phenomenal.
Well, he's 5 of the 6 points here in overtime have come from D'Souza. He and Keyston Brown. Keyston had the 1 free throw. Love the intensity that this Campbellsville team has had this evening, Matt.
Brown, D'Souza, Milburn, Travis, and Smith, the 5 for Campbellsville. What do we got here?
I don't know if there's sweat or blood or something on the court. Yeah.
So they'll come and address that off the elbow. For Cumberland University, Stargell, Coleman, Isaac Stevens, Tyreek Johnson, and Jalen Negron. Campbellsville leads by 4 points there during that timeout. Coach Vernon said if they don't score again, guys, it's over. He was wanting to lock in, and we get a late foul as Milburn came over the top, and hard to say from here. It looked like Jay read it well, but I don't know how much body there was, and it'll send Isaac Stevens to the free throw line for 2 shots here, and Isaac Stevens at 57% on the year. We'd love to see him miss 1 at least. First free throw on the way is beautiful.
That was pretty good.
Southpaw has 1 more. Can make it a 2-point basketball game. And that one is no good. Malachi D'Souza the rebound for Campbellsville. He'll keep it free from Tyreek Johnson. The Tigers here can extend with a bucket. Brown at midcourt. 20 now on the shot clock as he gets it across. Creeping close to 90 seconds remaining in overtime. Left side to Sousa. DeSouza going to lead it back with Brown. DeSouza again working at Coleman. Spinning, step back, jumper, falling away, nearly banked it in. I thought he did. Here is Stargell to the other end for Cumberland University. 1:10 to go. Stargell. Oh, he may have walked. Here is Coleman. Stargell kind of lost the handle, gets the screen. Inside, fall-away jumper for TJ Stargell, in and out. Milburn the rebound, it's knocked out of his hands. It's a foul on Stevens, he's fouled out.
Yeah, is that Stevens or was it on Coleman?
I think Stevens was the culprit.
It was, yep. That's 5 on him.
So both now Isaac and Jordan have fouled out of this game. Jay Milburn at the free throw line for the Tigers. We'll see who Coach Lewis comes back with here, Demarius Boyd. It's so interesting to me once you get in these last 2 minutes and then you get to an overtime, that bench is non-existent.
It is.
You don't even,
No.
short of somebody falling over, you don't change. And here Stevens is fouled out. So Jay Milburn at the line as Demarius Boyd comes back in. First free throw for Milburn is good. Freshman, huh?
We got 2 freshmen out there playing.
And a sophomore. One more. Milburn gets both. How about the youngster? 71-66. The Tigers with a 5-point advantage. 58.4 seconds remaining. A full timeout taken by Coach Brent Vernon. And we will step away. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You can say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You can chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
Less than a minute remaining in our overtime period. Campbellsville has opened up a 5-point advantage, 71-66 over Cumberland University. It is Cumberland basketball here after the 2 made free throws by Jay Milburn. Milburn with 8 points, 7 rebounds, 5 blocks tonight. He and Malachi DeSouza, and you could hear Coach Brent Vernon yell out there, Jay, get me a rebound. One more Milburn rebound right here, put Campbellsville in the catbird seat.
That should do it. I mean, of course, you may think they're going to go quick here and try to extend this game as long as they can. But Campbellsville's sitting pretty here right now.
Back to Boyd. Stargell sent it to him. Here's Johnson for 3. That is no good. Smith gets knocked to the floor, and it's a foul on Jalen Negron.
Yeah, that's a huge block out there by Javon Smith. Heads up play there.
Negron's second. Double bonus. Javon Smith, the sophomore from Bardstown. He'll go to the free throw line.
You got 2 freshmen, a sophomore, who only played a half a semester half a season last year.
I didn't even know they got that. You're right. I forgot about that, but it was really more like it was just enough to not be eligible for a red shirt.
Yeah.
Free throw good for Javon Smith.
This one right here is a big one. This will make it a 3-possession game.
47.5 seconds remaining. One more for Smith. Short. Oh, he's on rebound! It came right back to him with 44 seconds. They try to foul. Timeout taken by the Tigers. Cumberland fell asleep.
Woo! Heads up play there by Javon. Does the ball come down? Let's go get it.
72-66. The Tigers take a full timeout. They've got the basketball with 41 seconds to go. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm going to take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
The Tigers lead in overtime, 41 seconds remaining. Benji Kelly, you've got it from here. I'm out.
I'm telling you what,
it's
just a great effort. I mean, the number one rule is you always block out the shooter at the free throw line, and Cumberland fell asleep. Javon took advantage of it, extending this game here. Now 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. You know they're going to foul, and they're going to foul quickly.
It looked on that replay of that free throw like Demarius Boyd just took for granted because Campbellsville had nobody down there.
Nobody.
And I missed whatever the guy on the right side did.
Nobody
he stood
moved.
flat. Boyd just vacated.
He did.
And it came right back to Javon Smith. You could draw that up 100 times and never work out like that. Smith looking, needs somebody. It's Milburn, and he's fouled by Coleman quickly with 39 and a half seconds remaining.
5 for Coleman.
I was missing one earlier. If that's 5 for Coleman, Benji, that's the guy I missed it on. Coleman will exit. So you're 100% right. And Coleman is fouled out of this game as well. He's been really good tonight, I feel like.
Has.
The percentage not great, but he kept a lot of stuff alive for that team.
Well,
five assists.
Yeah, he did the little things, 9 rebounds.
Milburn's free throw is good. It is a 7-point Tiger advantage, less than 40 seconds to go. (73-66). You know how hard it is to win on the road in the Mid-South Conference. Last week, home teams, I believe, were 12-0.
I know, that's rare.
I think it's just hard in this league to win on the road. And inside, Johnson gets around to Sousa. That second free throw from Milburn was good as well. So it's a 74-68 game now. Johnson ties up Keaston Brown quickly. And Tyreek Johnson has picked up his third.
Well, this 32.6 seconds, Matt, it's going to take forever.
And I'm fine with it. To get out of here with a win.
That's right.
We'll stay however long we have to get this one done. They deserve it. They worked so hard. It has been touch and go at times, but, battled through the adversity, and here tonight giving themselves a chance to win. Keaston Brown hits this free throw. One more for KB. This free throw on the way is good. So Keaston Brown gets both. Out. Here's Stargell, jumper on the way. That is no good. Rebound to Sousa, 24 seconds. They'll foul again, and Keaston Brown can go to the line and put this one away.
Boy, big win.
What was it?
Finish it out.
At overtime, it was 63 all. Is that right?
63 all, yeah.
So Cumberland University just 5 points here in this second half. I mentioned how hard it is to win on the road. Bethel did it tonight. Georgetown did it. Cumberland's and Wilberforce. Cumberland's did it. So I made that comment, and then Freed Hardeman got beat at Shawnee State. So the number 8 team in the country, Shawnee State playing really well. First free throw, no good for Brown. So I said that, and then you look down, and tonight a lot of road teams coming away with some wins. Brown with one more free throw toss here. That one is good. It is a 9-point game, 77-68. Stargell the other way. Excuse me, that is Boyd. He'll try a 3, and it is no good. Keaston Brown the rebound. Jeremy Lewis and his troops will back away, and the Tigers will pick up the victory here. And the grown back tap knocked it away from Brown, but it'll be Campbellsville will hold on to it. And they just shot it at the buzzer in Campbellsville's own end. That was by Travius Vaughn. And Coach Jeremy Lewis, a couple of hugs there for Coach Mark and Brent Vernon. 77-68, the final score. I don't want to write that in red ink. The Tigers won 77-68 in overtime for Coach Brent Vernon and company. They are now 8-11 on the year, 3-10 in league play. The Phoenix fall to 10-9 on the season. They are 7-7 inside of Mid-South Conference play now, as Campbellsville will head into the locker room here with the victory. 77-68 as we take a look at the final game numbers. That's a happy bunch of Tigers.
Absolutely.
Benji Kelly, much needed. Taking a look here at some of the numbers from this one. Campbellsville finishes 46% from the field, 26 of 56. The Tigers were 6 of 17 from deep. That's 35.3%. And at the free throw line, 19 of 28. Not great, but they hit enough of them late. 19 of 28 is 69%. For Cumberland University, the bottom fell out of it in the second half. Benji, just 37.5% in the second half, 12 of 32. They were 2 of 9 in overtime. So the Tigers able to lock down, get those stops that we had talked about. 38% for the ball game for the Phoenix, 27 of 70, 6 of 19 from deep, 31.6%. And they were 8 of 12 at the free throw line, 66%. How about Malachi DeSouza tonight? A game-high 21 points. He had 9 rebounds. Neither of those, actually the 9 rebounds matches a career best, but let's talk about on defense too. He had a couple of big blocks, a couple of offensive rebounds. You name it, he did it all, and he would be, if we had an MVP, boy, he would certainly be it.
One of the best games he's played all year long, and actually hit some free throws as well. So hopefully that gives him a little confidence here down the stretch that, hey, I can play this game, and we know he can because we've seen him do it so many times. But just a great effort. What I love about this Campbellsville team here tonight is they were gritty, they fought hard, they didn't give up when adversity hit, and when it came time to respond, they did. Great effort.
The Tigers, as I mentioned, led by DeSouza, 9 of 15 from the field tonight. He had 9 boards, 2 blocks, steal in this one as well. The Tigers get 14 from Keyston Brown. Brown was 3 of 7 from the floor, hit an Edward Jones 3, but 7 of 10 at the free throw line, 3 rebounds, 3 assists for KB. 10 for Jay Milburn and Jace Wallace. Milburn, 10 points, 7 boards, 5 blocks, which is a new career best. Wallace, 10 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists for Jace Wallace in this one. Campbellsville gets 9 from Javon Smith. Big points for the sophomore this evening. Hit a couple of free throws late as well. Drew a foul down there to help seal it for CU. A couple of rebounds and dimes for Javon Smith. 5 points off the bench for Jordan Graham. 6 points from Malik Muhammad. He fouled out. 5 rebounds tonight for Leak. 2 points in the ball game for Chandler Clements, and that rounds out the scoring for the Tigers. Zach Travis played 23 minutes. He failed to score, but he was certainly important in this win for the Tigers. For Cumberland University, led in scoring by Jordan Stevens, who fouled out. Isaac Stevens also fouling out. Jordan Stevens had 14 points, 3 boards, 3 assists. Isaac Stevens finished with 13 points, 9 rebounds in this one. They got 10 off the bench from Jalen Negron. 8 points, 9 boards, 5 assists, 2 steals. A lot of crooked numbers from Nasir Coleman. He fouls out. The Phoenix gets 7 from Tyler Bird. Tyreek Johnson had 9 points as well. 4 points from Demarius Boyd. TJ Stargell had 3, and that rounds out the scoring for the Cumberland University. Phoenix rebounding 37-32. Nice little advantage there for the Tigers. Just about even on the offensive end, 11-10 in favor of the Phoenix. Campbellsville, 14 assists, 5 steals, 15 turnovers. For Cumberland, 15 assists, 3 steals, 12 turnovers in the basketball game. Taking a look at the enhanced scoring numbers here for, let's see, in the paint, Campbellsville a 32-28 advantage off turnovers, 11-10 in favor of the Tigers as well. Second chance points, 16-3. And bench points, 27-26 in favor of Cumberland University. 5 times the score was tied. The lead changed hands 6 times. Largest lead for the Phoenix, 8 points, 11 points, the largest margin for the Tigers. They outdo Cumberland in overtime, 14-5. The happiest man in 12 counties, maybe 50 states. I don't know. Coach Brent Vernon joins me. Coach, got down early. That's a gritty little basketball club. You've got a little engine that could here tonight. They found a way to get this thing done.
Yeah, we played a really good team tonight, and they jumped out early. You know, they had, I think it was 22 points in maybe the first 7 minutes, and that's just not good enough. Actually, it's 18 points, and that's just not good enough. And we talked about that, and we can't let that happen. The next 6.5, 7 minutes, we only gave up 6 points.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it all along. You know, we have deficiencies on the offensive end. I know it. Everybody knows. I wish it was different. It's not. It's the way it is. And we've finally, since we've come back from Christmas, we've finally gotten to the mentality, we are what we are, we have what we have, move on. We've been better offensively. But when we got back from Christmas, we haven't been as good defensively. We were pretty good the first half defensively. So we had to get back to that. And that's all we've preached. And tonight we really buckled down and we guarded and we competed. And I'm so proud of these guys.
We could go a lot of different ways, but I'm going to start with Malachi D'Souza. I'm going to start with the senior. 21 points, 9 rebounds. He had 11 in the first half. It took him a while to get rolling in the second half, and overtime he puts up 10 more. But I thought Kai was as good as he's ever been. I mean, especially in stretches of this one offensively, what he was able to provide.
Yeah, Kai's done a nice job really all year. You know, you go back to the beginning, but he was voted the captain by our guys, and he's really taken on that role in a nice way. And again, whenever you're in the situation, there's tough times. And you know, mentally he has struggled, but it's just because of the free throws. He's been a really, really big part of our team and our togetherness. He has taken these freshmen in and made them feel the way a program is supposed to make them feel. And tonight, he just, you know, he's got a passion to win. And sometimes it's on that foul line of overboard, and that's a great competitive spirit to have. But he went out and battled. He did a lot of good things. You know, I don't know what he was from the foul line.
3 of 6.
All right. You know, better. And you know, as I tell him, there's no just go to your happy place. We trust in you and believe in you and do what you got to do. And he did a very nice job defensively tonight. He did a nice job rebounding. We have to have more of that from him rebounding-wise.
Yeah, 9 rebounds tonight. Speaking of rebounding, a guy that can do it in his sleep, Jay Milburn, was really good off the bench for you, Coach. Malik fouled out. You had to have a little more out of the youngster. And he and Zach Travis, you look up at overtime, you got 2 freshmen and a sophomore out there to close that thing. If I told you that at the beginning of the night, you may have wondered what in the world has happened. And it's just the way the game went, and those were the guys you went to, and they closed it out for you.
Yeah, but yes and no. I mean, you look at it, you know, Zach got his first start of the night, and he's earned that start. Vaughn's always been right there in that mix of things. We've never questioned his tenacity to guard. I mean, he's a guy that he loves the challenge of guarding. And then Jay, we've known the whole time, Jay's going to be special. He, you know, learning on the fly a little bit, but you look at his stat line of 10 points, 7 rebounds, 5 blocks. A lot of people, especially, you know, his dad told me recruiting after he decided to come, he said, I don't know if he'll be as good of a shot blocker at the college level as he was in high school. Man, he was wrong on that one because he's just got an unbelievable knack and timing and he elevates so well vertically. So those guys just battled their tails off. And again, like I said, I'm just so proud of what we did.
Jordan Graham didn't play a ton down the stretch, but there was a stage where Cumberland University had went on a run. Jordan grabs an offensive rebound, gets a putback, comes down the trip later, hits a 3. That was the point in the second half where you guys found that energy. It was a little, you know, sluggish, maybe the first 4 or 5. Jordan kind of maybe pepped you guys up right there in that spot.
There's no question, and you know, he'll continue to get better. And you talk about him again, yes, he's older, but there's another freshman for you. You know, so you got 3 freshmen and a sophomore playing tons of minutes and doing a nice job. Jordan's best basketball is ahead. He has suffered so many injuries. He's just now starting to get his body closer to where it needs to be. And people don't understand the IQ and his understanding of the game yet. But as he continues in the offseason, working his body and getting it back to what it was pre-injury, he is going to really do a great job for us. And again, just very excited. He was big. He made some shots. He got a great offensive rebound and putback. You know, all of us are just having to have a little more confidence when we have that open shot. And I think you saw a little bit more of that tonight.
UT Southern on Saturday. We won't look too far ahead, but that's a really good athletic basketball team that they'll bring in here. Of course, they're at Lindsey Wilson tonight. And life in the Mid-South Conference, it doesn't get any easier. You get a really good it's a Cumberland team that was projected in the top, 4 or 5 in the league. They ranked top 25 early in the year. Yeah. I mean, so it's a big win for you guys here this evening. And UT Southern's a team that's been in and out of that receiving votes, category, different things, just as good.
They have a very nice team. 5 starters back from last year, so they're veteran. Fast, quick guards. They blitzed us the first time we played them. You know, it was one of those, you know, buzzsaw a little bit, just made everything they shot, and we couldn't recover. You know, I'm not saying we're going to win, but I expect a much different outcome. I expect us to be maybe not in so much shock and awe. You know, you go back to it as our very first conference game, and so many guys who really hadn't had Mid-South Conference experience, and you talk about how hard it is night in and night out, and we got a rude awakening that first night. So I do think we're more prepared. I think we're more ready. We have to recover because, again, you know, I've told you this, and I've told a lot of people this. This team right here is resilient. Every night I go home, I have such a peace of mind because they've never given in. They compete every day. And I think everybody saw that tonight. And we've got to make sure we take care of our bodies and recover tomorrow because we got a big contest on our hands Saturday. And hopefully we can ride a little bit of momentum from tonight into Saturday.
And people don't hear this. We talk. You've mentioned you may have had some of your best practices of the season the last few games after a heartbreaker, after you know, down at Freed where, you know, you weren't great in the first. You've told me that some of your best practices have been within the last week and a half to 2 weeks, and that's something people don't hear a lot.
Not only that, I'll go a step farther, and I told our guys this, and I'm serious. We've had more successful teams, more talented teams. This team is my best practice team I've ever had, ever. We may have, out of 10 practices, one bad one every 10. And it's because they really want to be good. And again, we have deficiencies. I don't hide from that. But we have to find a way through it, and we did that tonight, and that's what we have to build on to get ready for tomorrow night. And like I said, I can't say how proud I am of this group. They deserve everything they got this evening.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate you.
Tigers get the win here as they knock off Cumberland University in the Powell Center. Final score tonight, 77-68 here as they pick up the win at home. The Cumberland Phoenix will head to Lindsey Wilson on Saturday. The Tigers will host UT Southern here in a men's and women's Mid-South Conference doubleheader. The tip time for the women's game, 1 o'clock Eastern time. The Tigers follow then, of course, at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Coverage beginning at 12:45 along the Campbellsville University Sports Network. Whichever avenue you've joined us tonight, you can tune in there on Saturday and join us for coverage of the Tigers and UT Southern there. Benji Kelly throws the headset back on one last time, and Benji, sometimes as you sit down there, you know, you just got to grind it out. You got to play the full 40, and when the full 40 is not enough, you go the 45 and do whatever you got to do to come out with a win. And credit to Coach Brent Burnens. I don't know, you didn't hear this, but he said this is his best practice team ever. They want, obviously they have the deficiencies, and he's just tickled that finally kind of get rewarded for the hard work they've put in behind the scenes.
Absolutely, and once again, the effort was there, and the effort's been there on it. Just finally, I don't know if it just clicked or what, but the intensity that they brought on both ends of the court, freshmen that are out there contributing, I mean, it's just a great effort and a big win for this Tiger team. They needed something positive to happen, and they got it tonight.
Sometimes you gotta put the snowball together before to roll downhill, right?
Exactly.
And, hopefully that's where they're at.
Yeah.
Good job, my friend.
Yeah,
we'll do it again on Saturday.
Absolutely.
UT Southern comes here to the Powell Center. We send a special thank you to Campbellsville University President Dr. Joseph Hopkins for his support of our broadcast tonight, as well as Vice President for Athletics Rusty Hollinsworth and Director of Athletics Jim Hardy. The entire Sports Information Department all on hand. Sheldon Dossett, Brett Pierce, Zach Clements, all of those guys. Our FM board op, Tori Cox, back at the Auto Smart studio for those following along on radio, and then at television, CJ Burgess, Zach Wilson, Colin Sheffield, the entire gang here taking care of us. Benji Kelly on color commentary. I send a special thank you to all of you who have followed here this evening on Corporate Sponsor Recognition Night, a doubleheader sweep for the Tigers and Lady Tigers from the Powell Athletic Center. Matt Payton signing off. You've been following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.